Remember the swine flu scare of 1976? That was the year the U.S. government told us all that swine flu could turn out to be a killer that could spread across the nation. And Washington decided that every man, woman, and child in the nation should get a shot to prevent a nationwide outbreak, a pandemic. Dr. David Sencer, then head of the CDC, the Center for Disease Control in Atlanta, is now in private industry. He devised the swine flu program, and he pushed it. You began to give flu shots to the American people in October of 76.
October 1st.
By that time, how many cases of swine flu around the world had been reported?
There had been several reported, but none confirmed.
Where did this so-called deadly variety of flu, where did it first hit back in 1976? It began right here at Fort Dix in New Jersey in January of that year when a number of recruits began to complain of respiratory ailments, something like the common cold.
Welcome to the Daily Wrap-Up, a concise show dedicated to bringing you the most relevant independent news as we see it from the last 24 hours.
Sunday, July 28, 2024. Thank you for joining me today. A lot to cover. Quite a bit to go over today. We're going to start with a conversation of a amendment to a previous declaration around the bird flu, which is being discussed from the HHS as a declaration of emergency, which it is. But just to be clear, they're amending and adding this to, we'll go over all of what it really is, but it's interesting because on the Health and Human Services website, I'm unable to find the declaration they're pointing to. We'll go over all the interesting dynamics around this and the precursors, the conversations we've already had, the worries around what this could lead to. And for the most part, we're going to leave it there because it's not even just this step. Like I was saying before, does not necessarily mean we're going to go through COVID-19 Illusion 2.0. It's always a risk. It's always possible. But I'm worried about hyping something that almost does their job for them. But let's make sure we're paying attention to this because it has all the trappings. Everything's, remember, we talked about the emergency use authorization conversation, the FDA. I mean, they essentially never pulled that away and now and changed those. We've seen the removal in many specific circumstances of informed consent. Of course, as long as it's safe and effective. Well, we saw how that worked out. And of course, the emergency aspect is opening the door to emergency use authorizations yet again. It's based on the most flimsy information we've already gone over. Very few discussions around people getting sick, and even within that, who and from how and why. It's all undefined. And this is an emergency. There's quite a few emergencies going on around the world. They're responsible for them. Of course, we don't talk about that, but we will today. We'll talk about that. We're going to talk about what appears to be another attempt at Venezuela regime change, manipulating the political dynamic as they always accuse everybody else of, but happening yet again, and why this is important to the conversation. We're going to be talking about a false flag that appears, well, in my opinion, this is a false flag that took place in Syria, the Golan Heights. The question is whether this was a mistake by Israel that they then blamed on somebody else, which would still be a false flag. All it really means is that an event is, the blame is laid at somebody else that was not the culprit. The classic concept comes from a naval concept where the wrong flag would be raised under an attack. So the people would think they were attacked by somebody else. And so they would be blamed for it. So the question is whether this was a mistake that was then blamed on Lebanon or specifically Hezbollah, or was this deliberate? And this is all taking place in illegally occupied Golan Heights. That's the most important part in how this starts. Now, we're also going to talk about what's going on in Israel still in this conversation and how this pertains to a lot of these dynamics. We're also going to have a conversation around Donald Trump, which, again, like I've said before, is without question, in my opinion, the least important part of this conversation. And if it wasn't for the way that it's connecting to two different things, I might not even be talking about it. Not necessarily the event that took place. I always find those events important because of how many, there's the FBI and the Secret Service and, all these different dynamics that are they're relevant to so many different things. But the ongoing discussion about his ear and all these different things, they have their importance. I will never say something is unimportant in the sense of, if somebody's lying, and especially in a position of authority, there's always importance to that conversation. I would never say it should be ignored, but in the context of rather the bigger picture, there are so many things happening right now that are monumental, world changing. And yet a lot of the conversation is being absorbed in that. To my point in saying that is, if it wasn't for the connection, in my opinion, to the larger thing that I can't stop seeing, that we're going to be having a conversation coming up very shortly, I believe next week. Derek's going to be hosting it with Corbett, the two from True Story Media, a whole bunch of people showing up to talk about the two-party illusion and the danger of it in general, but how it seems to be pulling back in largely right now people from the right that in many cases were not blinded by it before, but suddenly are because of a lot of different things. And it's in this alarming kind of building, it's like we're building to some kind of crescendo right now where it's like about to get, it's like I feel like we always kind of sense that with the political dynamic. That's part of the manipulation, but I think we all notice something different right now. And this has to do with a lot of the things we've already seen. It has to do with foreign policy. I quite frankly think it has to do with something a little bit bigger than just our current 4-year administration conversation. Now, that as well as how this ties in with, kind of the technocratic angle, to make it simple, not to get all of this in the opening, but the idea about how the overlap of Vance and Elon Musk, Thiel, Rumble, all these different moving parts around this. And it's interesting to see how much this is driving. And this has to do with the idea of the assassination attempt and so on. But we're going to talk about the ear, which needs to be discussed in the context of all of that, and how it's interesting to see some of these pictures coming out. And I have an article from Associated Press that is talking about, with what, the 13th is the day we're talking about, a 2-centimeter gap in his ear from his doctor, the one who apparently is also a congressman. 2 centimeters. I'll show you the images that we're seeing. Now, it's not about whether we're trying to make a point and it's this partisan divide and you're a conspiracy theorist and if shootings didn't happen, it's not, you can ask all those questions. But shouldn't it just be an interesting question to be like, his ear looks like there's nothing wrong with it. We're all being told something else, not even to point it out to mean anything else, but just to go, how is that possible? It's fascinating to me the way people respond to this with what I just said. The fact that these are small factors, but big in the context of what else is going on. But let's leave it there. We're going to get into a hell of a lot more than even I opened with today. So make sure you stay tuned. Starting with the bird flu is what we're going to get into, because it is obviously capable of causing a hell of a lot more than, just look at the COVID-19 conversation. Again, Donald Trump starting Operation Warp Speed, Biden, taking the baton, making it even worse. Very clearly if not the largest, I don't think it's been clearly defined enough what the real fallout was. And there's so many moving parts to what caused what and who was responsible for what part of it. But at the end of the day, you can compare this to some war. Again, even saying that, you could stand back and really get the big picture here. This may be more death than we've seen in any context anywhere. And that seems crazy to say, but if you really look at how many people were affected and then add up what we're continuing to see, the excess death, this might be unprecedented. And that is incredible to think this might be building again. Now, I'm not trying to scare anybody, but I genuinely see the possibility there. So let's talk about that to start. Before we do that, there's one video I wanted to show you that is sort of breaking news that we're going to get back into when we get into the Israel aspect of this. But it's a big deal because this let's not forget that all of this, the Great Reset conversation, the globalization, the idea of specifically medical freedom, injections, passports, all this stuff, Israel is acutely tied into this, overlapping with Trump and all the rest of them in the same conversation. So this just came out. Adam sharing this, UN Human Rights Council, which is really important, by the way. It's not the General Assembly, but the UN angle of this coming off of the ICC and the ICJ. This is supposed to be the mechanism that actually sees action. The ICC and ICJ are more about, laying down the law as they see it. And then this is supposed to be the kind of action mechanism through which something go, okay, well, now you're out of the UN, or we're going to sanction you. That's where this is supposed to come. Of course, Israel, United States, and all of their lackeys within it seem to be able to stop anything. But this is interesting. Israel authorities are responsible for war crimes, extermination, murder using starvation. This was just discussed from the UN Human Rights Council. Of course, in Israel's mind, they are Hamas, or whatever childishly cartoon, unverifiable statements they continue to make. If that's enough for you to dismiss something, well, you shouldn't be watching this, but hopefully you will. No forgiveness for all politicians, it says, businesses and celebrities that supported this. Now, here's what they had to say.
In relation to Israel's military operations and attacks in Gaza from 7th October, we conclude that Israeli authorities are responsible for war crimes, crimes against humanity, and violations of international humanitarian and human rights law, including extermination, intentionally directing attacks against civilians and civilian objects, murder, or willful killing, using starvation as a method of war, forcible transfer, gender persecution targeting Palestinian men and boys, sexual and gender-based violence amounting to torture, and
just so you don't miss that, by the way, we're talking about specifically sexual and torturous actions towards children, boys specifically. Now, there's also overlapping discussions about rape with women and so on, but there's a weird conversation in here that people don't, I mean, quite frankly, there is some horrifyingly weird things that we've seen through this process, things that have been verified by human rights groups, like, for example, using dogs to rape prisoners. This has been now backed up by Euro-Red Human Rights Group. I mean, it's been documented by multiple people on the ground. UN adjacent entities have been covering this. I mean, this is, again, doesn't have to prove anything, can also end up being a lie. That's just being objective because we haven't seen this firsthand, which God forbid nobody should. But just, I mean, the overwhelming amount of things like this that show how depraved the specific Zionist entities driving this are. There's plenty of Israelis that will speak up against, hopefully, all of this, but the point is the larger discussion. But just don't miss that. As this big discussion is being pushed about the idea of organized and systemic rape, this goes back decades. Finally, we're hearing that. I mean, by the way, this is not the first time you've heard this from UN angles, but this overlaps with the ICC and the ICJ. That's why this is monumentally important.
Cruel or inhuman treatment. Israel's total siege of the Gaza Strip has weaponized the provision of life-sustaining necessities for strategic and political gains, including through cutting off supplies of water, food, electricity, fuel, and other essential supplies, including humanitarian assistance. It constitutes collective punishment, disproportionately impacting pregnant women and persons with disabilities, and is causing grave harm to children, including starvation-related deaths. We found that the immense numbers of civilian casualties in Gaza and widespread destruction of civilian objects and infrastructure were the inevitable result of an intentional strategy to cause maximum damage, disregarding the legal obligations of distinction, proportionality, and adequate precautions.
And damn near everything else.
Israel also forcibly transferred almost the entire population into small enclosures that are unsafe and uninhabitable. The deliberate use of heavy weapons with large destructive capacity in densely populated areas constitutes an intentional and direct attack on the civilian.
And that's just a clip, by the way. Now realize that, as people are pointing out in the chat, they didn't even get into the conversation about disease, manufacturing disease, which is a verifiable reality. Robert's covered this, but so too now of a lot of human rights groups, people documenting this, journalists on the ground, an overwhelming outbreak of polio or skin rashes, diseases, all sorts of things, which are clearly, without question, being used and then also manufactured. And then we know it's being used because they've stated this publicly, that this will help us in the war. And then you can show that this is being deliberately made. Now, let's not forget Mr. Prince, Blackwater Academy. He stood up and said, we did. He proudly said this recently in a discussion that we gave them the technology to flood all of Gaza. Now, what this conversation kind of floating around independent media is that he was trying to do that. He has, I don't know whether he went around his own channels, but he's publicly stating, and I guess he could be lying, that he did give them that. He made sure to get it to them. And then we saw them flood all of this, which is causing a lot of this because the sewage and everything else is rising up in the streets. They're manufacturing it. And this is what they're telling you. And you can, I highly recommend you question these people and everybody else involved. But if it comes to the point to where you just disregard all the evidence and take an opinion, well, I mean, you could always argue that it all could be manufactured. But at some point, you just have to acknowledge the body of evidence. All of the evidence is pointing in this direction versus them yelling other things that we can prove aren't true. These people are committing genocide, and the world is completely looking the other way in most positions of power. While they're letting these people march around through the Olympics, many of which have committed war crimes. The flag bearer literally signed the bombs that went to murder children. That's one of the conversations we're seeing. So did Nikki Haley, for crying out loud. These people are part of this, guys. It's important. Now, we're going to come back to that, but I wanted to make sure we saw that because that's a powerful move in all of this. Now, as we get into the next part about bird flu and the rest of it, or the Venezuelan regime change, you're going to see the connections to these same entities. Now, that's not because we're trying to find things that go back to Israel. It's because when we're looking at the bigger picture, and most of what we cover from a U.S.-centric perspective, Israel is the ally in all the things that seem to be happening. This is an obvious reality. Now, in some cases, you can find other examples. A lot of, like, for example, things that are being done with the specific interest of the U.S. and the U.K. that might even challenge something Israel wants. You can find those examples. My point is, in most cases with what we're dealing with, it's either Israel driving the U.S. for something that benefits them or vice versa. And it's a lot of what we're seeing. My point in saying that is because a lot of people tend to think we're trying to kind of shoehorn in everything to make it about Israel. And it's not the case. I've been covering Israel for a very long time. And there's a lot of stories and coverage. I mean, we talked about East Palestine and plenty of other things. We're not always trying to tie it back to Israel. It just is because the evidence is there. That's the important thing. So let's get into the bird flu conversation and how very real this could be or is already. I mean, they've declared an emergency, I understand. So first, here's Camus putting up an important pre-declaration of emergency around bird flu conversation. This comes from the COVID-19 injections, which is just another example for those that might. The reason I'm putting this ahead of it is because right now you're going to get people that might not understand all the lies that were thrown out and still continue to be around the COVID-19 illusion conversation, and might all of a sudden question why we aren't start questioning the injections around bird flu. But remember, for those questioning, and rightly so, question everything, that they have already been proven to have been lying about damn near every single aspect of this. Here's just one more example. A major new study has found that heart failure is surging among people who have been vaccinated with COVID mRNA shots. I mean, that's like saying the sky is blue, guys. We know myocarditis and blood clots and thrombocytopenia. I mean, it's everywhere, and it's all related primarily, it seems, the hardest parts of this to your heart, to your blood, to your immune system, and a lot of other things, seemingly everything, really. But at the end of the day, this is obvious, and it is unquestionable. The excess death is completely tied with this. And now you have another study. This is nature.com. I mean, we've jumped this a long time ago where it went from some fringe small platform to being the leading Lancet, BMJ, Nature, and they just don't care. They're just, oh, what, that old story? You're a conspiracy theorist. Everything is backing what was called conspiracy theory at this point. The bombshell study revealed that cases of myocarditis have surged by 620%. Among specifically people that received mRNA shots. Just in case you didn't hear that, that was not a mistake. 620%, specifically for those that took mRNA shots. But we're still conspiracy theorists. That's a fun game, isn't it? Myocarditis, as he says, if you remember, is the inflammation of the heart. And we've talked about pericarditis and the myopericarditis, and all of these are related. The peer-reviewed study published in the world-renowned Nature journal also found that COVID shots caused a 175% spike in pericarditis. The study was conducted by leading researchers in South Korea. The peer-reviewed study was conducted by a team of leading researchers. The primary cohort study analyzed official government data from the NHIS, the National Health Insurance Service, and Korea Disease Control and Prevention Agency. The government databases comprise the healthcare data from more than 99% of the population in Korea. The comprehensive database also includes records of each individual's COVID-19 diagnosis and COVID vaccine profiles. And you wonder why they don't want to give us all this information. You know, like vax versus unvax studies and so on. It's because that's what you can do. If you have the data from 99% of the people and you can dig into it, what do you look at that? What do you know? It's weird how it only seems to happen. This is the reason that everything is so shrouded in secrecy in this country while pretending otherwise. This says, for the study, the researchers used a data set with a total of 9,258,803 individuals, real tiny one, who received at least the first dose of the mRNA COVID shot. The size of the data pool makes the study one of the largest so far. They found that those who received mRNA injections were at a significantly elevated risk for a variety of cardiac and neurological conditions. Sure wish people would have listened, huh? I mean, a lot of people did. Frankly, the majority ultimately did. But sadly, most people got manipulated, coerced, threatened into taking at least one. Most of the world. That's terrifying. So good. Thank you, Camus, for posting the link as well. I appreciate that. That's important out there. Camus doing good work. Make sure you're watching what he's posting. Heart failure surges 620%. Now, keeping this in mind, not just the lies about what it doesn't do, right? No, it's safe and effective, even though it's neither safe nor effective by any definition of those two words. Even now, it wasn't then. It's still not in hell. Sure as hell not now. So it's also about what the risk is around it. Remember, we now have the evidence that proves that this was less than the flu from the very beginning. I'll play this clip and I'll grab that study for you. I believe it was the Ioannidis group. The bottom line is it shows you that this was, going back to the beginning, before vaccination, less than the flu for, I think it was 90% of the population. That's peer-reviewed science. That has not been challenged. They just don't tell you that if you're not listening to this stuff. So here we are again, where they're going to try to hype the idea that this is super dangerous, even though they don't really know, and they'll really break that down at some points when you read the information. Here's Dr. Eric Fingelding, who was wrong about damn near everything around COVID during this and pushed all the hype, all the mask man, all the vaccines. Here he is again, telling you what to think.
Yeah, this bird flu has arrived in U.S. very fast and furious. We think it was introduced back in February. That's what the data is indicating. It was one transmission from some bird to cows. And it's mostly right now being transmitted among dairy cows because we think it's because of the milking machines and just the general situation. Especially the concentration of the virus is very, very high in the milk. And that's why we're also telling people not to drink raw milk, because unless it's pasteurized, and we're mostly certain pasteurization is okay, even though pasteurization doesn't kill all viruses. It should be okay. But definitely don't drink raw milk. And there's a big segment of the population that is really into raw milk right now. And I'm very worried about them. But somehow this fad is still continuing despite all the risk that's currently going on.
Oh, yeah. So what he means is because he's baffled by why you don't listen to him. Gee, I wonder why.
And because this bird flu, as you said, it's 50% mortality among those who we detect it. And if this truly jumps into...
What does that even mean? So it's not 50% mortality for those you don't detect it in? I mean, did he say that? So it's 50% in those we detected in versus what? I've got, from everything we've seen, that's simply not the reality. And in what we've read from their own documentation, and I'll give you the links to our last shows, this is completely up in the air for many different reasons. Based on the one we got from Mexico, for example, we talked in the last show. The main point was we haven't even confirmed that that's what he even died from. And I think it was Chris, I forget his name, but I'll give you the show. You can check the source material for yourself. Made the point where this person had massive kidney damage before this even happened. And then Chris Martinson's the one that joked about the idea that they probably used a 57% or 57 cycle threshold, which if you remember, it's just the joke is over 40 is guaranteed to have lots of false positives. So the bottom line is we're pushing out this hype about 50% death when they don't even know what really we're talking about yet. Is this a sustained transmission from human to human? Have we even got, well, no. So the bottom line is, even if that's even real, by the way, and I'm not leaning into that, the idea being that once that happens, the entire dynamic changes because that signifies a mutation. This is within their conversation. So we're going to base this on something we have yet to see and assume. He's not saying assuming or based on my research. He's saying that's the reality, just like he did during COVID-19. I'm not saying I know for sure. That's the point. They are telling you what they want you to hear. And I'm just simply talking about anybody in this conversation that is pushing the idea that you need to get an injection. There's no reason, in my opinion, and I'm not a doctor, based on my research and based on what we've seen and based on my genuine skepticism that is justified about these people, why in the world would you race out and get something based on the shots, by the way, that we already showed you are rife with problems, but they just do the same game. Well, the benefits outweigh the risks. How'd that work out last time? You need to make your own decisions out there listening. But I think at this point, the obvious risk that might come along with whatever might be out there does not seem to make sense, or seems to be at least something we can look at versus the overwhelming mountain of problems that they'll tell you don't exist around everything they're doing. And at this point, it must be clear that it's not just the mRNA shots. It's not just what they're telling you are the new thing. Now, you guys can hopefully go back and look through the research, look at things like Vax and the conversations that have been there. My point has never been that I think that just everything under this conversation is bad. It may very well be that. Not my point being because it just is inherently that way. That also may be the case. I believe it's the intent. I believe that there is likely some positive effect in this direction. But again, that's based on what we've been taught, and maybe that's all wrong. As long as it's not forced or coerced, then that's my point, is that it's something that we should allow good people with good intentions to lean into and see what they can find out, see what they can create. You can choose for yourselves. But that's not the world we live in right now. And the intent has been proven from every angle, from the government, the CDC, the FDA, and within the government, clearly do not have your interest in mind by the removal of informed consent around things that they claim are safe and effective while we're watching them lie about safe and effective over and over and over.
Humans and spreads human to human, we're in deep trouble.
See, I always do that. I hear a point and I stop and I'm like, oh, I had 10 seconds left in the video. Bottom line is we're in trouble. Get your shots, guys. That's the message, in case you missed it. Mr. Fengelding. Now here is the point I was telling you before. This is from January 1st, 2023. Same point I've shown many times. At a global level, and this is from Science Direct, one of the leading publications in scientific literature. It is peer-reviewed and it has not been challenged. It is not retracted. There's not even a better study out there saying something else. This is a high-level study. This is the ionized group, one of the most respected groups in this. And of course, anytime, like when the BMJ came out and said something uncomfortable with Brooke Jackson's work, who, by the way, we were the first to interview her 3 times now with amazing work. I highly recommend you follow her because she's still pushing back against the entire system, doing a great job. The point is that when the BMJ came out and said Brooke Jackson has a story, they called it a medical blog. Oh, one of the leading platforms in scientific literature on the planet 30 seconds ago was revered by the corporate media is now a medical blog, because that's how stupid these people are. The point is that this is a very powerful study that says at a global level, before vaccination, the infection fatality rate may have been as low as 0.03 and 0.07. And that's between 59 and 69. And then the important part to hear in this, let's just even take 0.07, well below the flu risk at 69 and below, even though it's much lower as you go lower in the age groups. Here's the point. 94% of the global population is under 70. 94% of the global population had a risk no higher than 0.07 for what they were telling you was going to end the world. Yet you're not going to hear this in the corporate media. You're not going to hear this in half of the independent or mainstream alternative media because there's the obvious reasons. This has been out. We've been covering it. A lot of good people have. It's important. There's also this one. Let me include this for you guys. Make sure I save it for the show notes. I just had this one up as well. The point is, this one also shows you something important, which was that the injection that they were trying to give you for the thing that was less than the flu, if it was even there at all, by the way, an important addition, is that people, where is it? I'm trying to find it off the cuff here. The mRNA vaccines were associated with an excess risk of serious adverse events of special interest of, where was it? Oh, right here. This is the simple point. That was giving the breakdowns for each one. It says the Pfizer trial exhibited a 36% higher risk of serious adverse events in the vaccine group versus the non-vaccine group. And we covered this as well. Read it for yourself. It's very well done. This is not retracted. Peer-reviewed science, September 2022, mind you. Meaning if you took the injection versus not taking the injection, you had a 36% increased risk of death, hospitalization, serious disability. That's what serious adverse events mean. But they kept lying to you, and many of them still are. So back to the bird flu. Here, Aaron Siri points out the point of the declaration of emergency. He says, here we go again. This is on the 26th. Secretary of HHS declares bird flu an emergency under the PrEP Act. Thank you, Donald Trump. That's where that came from. He said, and then he just reads off what they're saying in regard to the declaration. Oh, here's Brooke Jackson's account, by the way, if you want to check her out. I'll just include that, so you guys can check out her work, as well as I might as well grab some of the interviews if you want to check that out. I'll just grab one. You guys can find the rest from there. I'm proud of that, by the way. It took a long time. Brooke was very hesitant to do interviews with anybody. It took me almost a month to talk to her many times about, you know, when we ended up having the very first interview. I think it was this one. Obviously, the credit all goes to Brooke. She did all the hard work. My point is that I'm proud of the fact that we were one of the first people to talk to her in an interview like this. Now here, the declaration is what Aaron Siri was showing us. Now this one comes from the 18th of July. That's when this was technically written down by and again, it's important to see, this is the Health and Human Services, HHS.gov. And this is posted on ASPR, which is the Assistant Secretary for Preparedness and Response. Here's what it says. An amended determination of a significant potential for public health emergency. Now, here's what's super interesting to me. That doesn't necessarily mean an emergency. It's simply saying that there's a potential for public health emergency. But I will show you that what it says directly on the statement is that this is now declared an emergency. But I want to show you some weird anomalies to this, which I'm not even saying, for all I know, could be a damn oversight. But something just stands out weird to me in this. Almost like if I'm going to assume for sake of conversation, one possibility could be something like recognizing that we were paying attention to these things, legalities around it. People like Aaron Siri in particular was doing an amazing job and still is from the legal side of this, from the litigation, suing and FOIA requests and doing great work there. So my point is that it may very well be about trying to declare something like this and kind of fall between the cracks where it's not technically I'll show you what I mean. It seems like there's a weird discrepancy, possibly by intentionally. But it says on April 19th, 2013. So that's when they're claiming this was originally stated. Oh, and the other point that I'll tell you before we get into it all is that this is now seemingly opening the door to a declaration of emergency for just flu. Not specifically bird flu, that's included, but just influenza A, which is your straight up seasonal flu. I'll read it to you directly from the statement. So what does that mean if now suddenly we have a declared emergency for just the flu? I mean, it could mean a hell of a lot of things, but it also could mean an easy way to maintain this medical apartheid system we're in. Or I guess that's the wrong word for it, more like a medical dictatorship. But it says, pursuant to Section 564B1C of the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act, the FDNC Act, former Secretary Sibilis, who was the Secretary for HHS at the time, I think 2013, determined that there is a significant potential for public health emergency that has a significant potential to affect national security. What a broad and flimsy statement, which means literally whatever they want it to mean. Nothing could be happening, and they could go, this has the potential to be an emergency that could affect national security, therefore, whatever they fill in the blank with. And it says involves specifically avian influenza A virus. But we'll get into the other parts of this where it seems, as far as I could tell, influenza A. But it says, and they amend the April 2013 determination pursuant to the section we read, and hereby determine that there is a significant potential for public health emergency that has a significant potential, same thing, to affect national security, namely pandemic influenza A viruses. Not just avian flu, right? Which is the bird flu game. Pandemic influenza A viruses as a category. Look at that little sleight of hand, little shell game they did right there. Why would you then just scoop in all the normal flus? Why? So is that part of the problem, or are we just talking about bird flu? They're not the same thing if they're there at all. So the question should be, why do they need to rope in all of it? That's not how this is supposed to work. You're supposed to declare an emergency based on evidence. Yeah, like we believe that's how they work. But the point is that this is different than what I've seen before. Now go to the next one. Now this is just the original declaration on the 18th on their website. Oh, did I double that up for some reason? Oh, no. Okay. Okay, yeah. So this was, oh, that's right. I forgot. So I also just grabbed the 2013 declaration in case you wanted to read that. So this is the one that goes back to 2013. This was Director Sebelius saying, as of this date, I determine that there is, same thing, significant potential for public health emergency, the same thing. But they're specifically saying avian influenza A. Only H7N9. That's it. On the basis of this, she goes, I also hereby declare the circumstances exist justifying the authorization of emergency use. This is the same game. This wasn't just post-COVID-19. What was the emergency? Were we in? This is the same they've done with swine flu, which is why I opened with that clip. Based on what? And I'll even read from you from the WHO post I've shown many times where they call these explicitly pandemics of fear that were based on hype. That's the WHO website I've shown many times. It's on the archive because they've deleted it now. I'll come back to it. So my point in showing you any of that is that if we're giving you the claim of an emergency based on something that is not happening and was later shown to have not actually happened, we need to ask if that's happening again. And that's not a hard sell. Everyone listening is probably already thinking that before I even said that. But we should assume, right? Be careful. That's just as dangerous, but the evidence is all there. So they're building on the back of this. And this says, this declaration is a declaration of emergency with respect to the in vitro diagnostics as defined by the PrEP Act declaration. The same stuff, guys. The devices, masks, the respiratory support devices. Okay. So here is specifically H7N9 from 2013. Biological features of this specific thing. Okay. So here is, and this is July, mind you. So this was stated in April as a potential, right? A couple months later, here's what happened. And it's already it's based on this statement and the way they're reading this, it's already declining, it's already over essentially. Or not over, but it's, on the decline. It says a total of 132 confirmed cases and 39 deaths have been reported. Most patients presented with severe pneumonia. Now it's the same kind of thing we keep saying. And also ask yourself whether it was just pneumonia. But you can read this. It gets into more of it. The point is that this ended up being, you can make up your mind, whatever I think. Do you think that constitutes an emergency? Do you think it constitutes the necessity of emergency authorizing things that could be more dangerous and usually are based on what? You know how many people die from the most benign things that they talk about all the time? Way more than that in these contexts. 2 months, a year, doesn't matter. The same point we made about COVID-19. During the time frame they were hyping COVID-19 or the year before, tuberculosis has killed a hell of a lot of people. Millions, but no one talks about that because who knows why their logic is. Maybe it's not as profitable. Maybe they can't lie to you about it. Then where's the tuberculosis pandemic? Why aren't we talking about that? Same game. Here are the declaration of emergencies, the declarations of emergency on the same website, hhs.gov. Okay, so if we're looking at them declare these things, and they're stating this going back, should have kept that one open, at least the one from 2013, right? This is what this is. So where is that? You'd think it would be on here, right? Because these things don't go away. This goes back a long time. These are only supposed to last 90 days, even though I proved to you during COVID-19 that they regularly lapsed on that within, in one case, almost a week, which means the entire time they lapsed on that, they were illegally acting, even though that's probably what's happening all the time. The only one in 2013 is about a hurricane in New York, Sandy. Interesting. Well, maybe there's a reason for that. You guys let me know what you think. That's weird, though, isn't it? So if it's not listed as a declared emergency, how are you building off of that from before? Because that's what's happening. They're amending the one that I don't see on the website. So maybe there's something else. Maybe this has to do with the deviation between the FDA, the PrEP Act emergency, and the HHS element. We've talked about all this in depth. Okay, so here's what RFK Jr. said on the 26th. Now, this goes into the next one, which is actually also on HHS, but it's on the Federal Registrar. The declaration of emergency, just so we're clear on that, that is what this is being stated as. So here's what RFK said. HHS Secretary Becerra just issued a PrEP Act declaration for bird flu. which again, just in and of itself, how is that even possible? How are we arguing you're in an emergency with what? What's happening? Is there transmission we're not seeing? Is there some outbreak we're not talking about? This is preemptive. Which, fine, if you maybe you think that's what should happen. They're using the idea that they act like they weren't prepared to roll these things out even sooner. But we're not, I don't think we should be okay with using these things, which then gives them all sorts of leeway and power and, really whatever they want, especially the EUA overlap with things that are going to hurt people and already have many times. Because as we know, the intent behind it, not that it always would, if we had, if it exists to have good people in places that care about you. But what we've seen is that they will then try to execute agendas for themselves. They'll roll out experimental products under the guise that we have to because you're in danger, but we're not even there yet. It hasn't happened yet. You see my point? Why would we roll out emergency use authorization products, which are not, their benefits outweigh the risks, not proven to be safe, but we know the benefits outweigh the risks, and the risks are currently there, but they're not, though. It hasn't happened yet. How do you justify that position without actual risk to precede it? That's the dilemma, isn't it? But this is the world they're put you in, where they act like we have to get ahead of the thing. But what you're doing is causing damage and risk based on something that isn't there. It says the U.S. government has ordered 4.8 million doses of bird flu from the CSL Seqirus, forget how it was pronounced, company, which we talked about. I'll give you the links to our shows. Produced in dog kidney cells and using a dangerous squalene-containing adjuvant, which we've also talked about. Very dangerous stuff. And he says this allows the FDA commissioner to issue emergency use authorizations for bird flu vaccines. So suddenly they're going to emergency authorize the use of something that is not even being used in the right context. In most cases, will be applied to a different strain that's not correct, and they're going to rush it out, probably fold it into something we don't even, whether it's mRNA. The point is this is going to be rushed out through the mRNA platform like they're already working on, and it'll apply likely to ones they currently have, just like they did last time. These are all my opinions, by the way, because the point is you open this door, and it is the Wild West out there, which usually I think it is to them anyway. But here we have an opening for them to roll out all sorts of stuff under the guise that they have to because you're in danger, but that isn't what's going on. The AMA issued CPT codes for the vaccine last Friday, the American Medical Association. So doctors could be reimbursed for administering it. You see all the writing on the wall. Very well could end up not the same, but even this position makes me wildly uncomfortable. It says there have been a total of 11 cases. That's 11 of bird flu in the U.S. since 2022. 11. And again, I argue that's probably not even what this was. We're talking about the one from before where they've just claimed, and we're talking about PCR tests, guys. That's what this is. All the same problems. None were shown to have been transmitted human to human. And that's the larger point. Again, even if whether maybe you think it's not even possible or not even there, consider those things. But within their narrative, the idea that this is supposed to be a risk, but it has yet to have been shown to even go from human to human, which my point would be if that's the case and it's possible and it does, that would be a different strain. So you're making something based on a strain that might, I don't even need to explain to you guys. I know you're on the same page. For those that are paying attention, the bottom line is this is not lined up the way we've always told these things are supposed to be. They're rushing it under a guise of emergency, and they're going to be doing things that are guaranteed to hurt you under the illusion that we have to do the slightly dangerous things because this is more dangerous. It's the COVID-19 illusion all over again, and I hope this doesn't happen. Why would you need the vaccine, he says, unless you expected a much more virulent virus to appear? That's what I was talking about. That's what they would argue anyway. Usually what they come out and say is super transmissible, but we don't know yet, might be more dangerous, which that goes on forever. He says to a virulent virus to appear, which had mysteriously gained the ability to spread between humans, which is what they're always working on. We already showed you experiments on gain of function with bird flu that go back a long way. That's one of the important things Dr. Peter McCullough pointed out, that the thing they're pointing to right now goes back to a lab gain of function experiment. He's proven that. He says, will there be another lab-derived pandemic? He says, not on my watch. Well, you know my opinion about the reality of his stance around whether it's Israel or other discussions we've had. I believe most of what he says in most other conversation categories outside of that are better than the rest of them. I just can't square his stance, which I call, and I will always call, morally indefensible around blindly supporting Israel. Now, I know people argue he's doing it for a means to an end. I mean, I don't know how even that makes sense to anybody. That's like Trump letting people take a dangerous injection to beat the left or whatever. It's like, sure, let's kill children to make sure we win the political game. That's not somebody I want to support. Either way, I hope you're right. I hope at the end of the day, he doesn't support Israel, and this is what we'll fight for. But I find it really hard to support. But at the end of the day, that's why I shared this, even though I have that stance, because what he's saying here is correct, and I agree with it, other than the kind of push for his campaign at the end. Oh, I didn't see this. Thomas Massey says, the PrEP Act is medical malpractice martial law. It's a good way to put it, and should be repealed. It supersedes all state tort laws and allows cronies at pharmaceutical and medical device companies to literally get away with murder, as long as their victims can't prove there was malicious intent. That's the other part of it, by the way. I'm glad he said that. It's not just about the EUA, but it's the fact that within all of this broken process and dynamic, that they're not liable. So once they open that door, all the risky things they're doing because you're in danger, but yet you're not, though, they get away with because, well, we had to do it for your safety. It's almost like a Ouroboros, the snake eating. It's like my point is it just continues to go around and around. And at the end of the day, they're using the justification to do dangerous things to you, even though it's not there. I mean, think about how sinister that is. And I promise you, at some level, they know that. And Thomas Massey's calling it out right there. Wild. Now, here is the actual Federal Register. It says declaration of emergency. And this was posted on the 24th. Technically, it was filed on the 23rd. So it's what's weird is we have the 18th where he actually signs on the page or, digitally on the HHS website. And then the 23rd, they put this out in the registers, which is just kind of, it's probably not that weird. I just think that's why it is separated like that. But it says pursuant to the specifically, again, the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act. Same thing, Health and Human Services. And same thing, amended the 2013 declaration, specifically regarding avian influenza A. Now, here's what it says. On April 19, 2013, pursuant to the same section we've read to you, former Secretary Sebelius determined that there is a significant potential for a public health emergency that has a significant potential to affect national security or the health and security of the United States citizens living abroad. What I mean, so ridiculously broad. He says, and that involves the avian influenza A virus. Now he goes, I have determined that the 2013 determination should be amended to cover a broader range of influenza A viruses. This very well may be the only reason this is happening. Namely, guess what? Pandemic influenza A viruses and influenza A viruses with pandemic potential. Why not just declare an emergency for virus? Isn't that just, why not? Just everything, virus, bad, dangerous, pandemic emergency forever. I mean, isn't that what's happening here? I mean, just so you see it very clearly, influenza A is in fact the type of influenza virus that causes seasonal flu. He's literally declaring an emergency for the flu, the normal flu. If you even think that's what's happening. The bottom line is that seems outrageous. And of course, it's being on the tail of a bird flu pandemic that's clearly not even happening. And he says, for purposes of the amended determination, quote, pandemic influenza A viruses and viruses with pandemic potential. Okay, so actually, I take it back. I mean, it does say, this one seems to say influenza A viruses and influenza A viruses with pandemic potential. But check this out. The actual quote says pandemic influenza A viruses and simply viruses with pandemic potential. So, I mean, you could literally argue that that's what we're doing right there, that they're literally saying just viruses that might be bad. Emergency. Well, isn't this what we all predicted? This ongoing forever, they did it with war. We're currently in all sorts of never-ending emergencies for the opioid crisis and for the war, all sorts of stuff that they quietly roll out, which gives them all sorts of circumvention powers around what they pretend they're bound by, the Constitution and the law. But this just makes it that much easier. It says that it means animal viruses and or human influenza A viruses circulating in wild birds, domestic animals, and or humans that cause or have significant potential to cause sporadic or ongoing human infections or historically have caused pandemics in humans. I mean, you could apply that to everything. or have mutated to cause pandemics in humans, and for which the majority of the population is immunologically naive. Well, all that takes to do that is claim it's something different, right? You could just be like, it's a different strain, different thing. We're naive, so therefore it could have potential to cause, it's the same thing as we saw before. And then whether they're lying about it or not doesn't matter because it's already happening. You're already there. The control is already laid. For example, it says the H1N1 influenza pandemic. That's the one we were already talking about. In 2009 was caused, he says, by a reassortant H1N1 that emerged from a combination of genes that had been present in various strains of swine, avian, human influenza. Okay, let's pause. Take a look at this. This is why this is so important, guys. So these are people currently in power who are telling you that H1N1 was a pandemic, despite the fact that you can look at the information and realize they lied to you the entire time. Here's what the WHO has posted before they removed it. Health is more than influenza. This is from 2011. And it says, the repeated pandemic health scares caused by avian H5N1 and a new H1N1 human influenza virus are part of a culture of fear. I mean, I'm always so blown away by how important this is, or as we've shown you before, the HHS version of this. I think it was a year later, on the HHS website, it's posted where they say very similar things, questioning the flu pneumonia overlap, the lie of flu in general, and the main point telling you how at one of these conventions around injections, where they literally say we need to drum up more sales and we'll have to scare people. But it goes on to say worst case thinking replaced balanced risk assessment. Worst case thinking is motivated by the belief that the danger we face is so overwhelmingly catastrophic that we must act immediately. Sound familiar? Rather than wait for information. We need a preemptive strike. I mean, it's just their war policy aimed inside your body. It says, but if resources buy lives, I'll skip some of this. The precautionary stock, that's important. This is from the WHO website. The precautionary stocking of largely useless antivirals and the irrational vaccination policies, specifically, it says, against an unusually benign H1N1 virus, wasted many billions of euros and eroded the trust of public health and officials. Often we keep getting told that. Weird how it seems to be every example, not just one. Oh, we lost the trust. You never had the trust, guys. You lost it a long time ago. So here we have, again, the declaration of an emergency using H1N1 as an example. Here's the WHO telling you that they lied about it. It was unusually benign. Isn't that amazing? You guys have seen this, I'm sure. And it says the pandemic policy was never informed by evidence, but by fear of worst case scenarios. God, I just wish this would reach people, man. Right? Because I wonder why all the big mainstream alternative media people haven't hyped, because there's, I think, an obvious reason. In both pandemics of fear, which is what they called them, the exaggerated claims of severe public health threats stemmed primarily from disease advocacy by influenza experts like Dr. Fauci. In the highly competitive market of health governance, the struggle for attention, budgets, and grants is fierce. The pharmaceutical industry, on top of the media and people like Fauci, only reacted to this welcome boon. We therefore need fewer, not more, pandemic preparedness plans and definitions. It says vertical influenza planning in the face of speculative catastrophes is a recipe for repeated waste of resources and health scares induced by influenza experts with vested interests in exaggeration. There is no reason, I mean, that's Fangle Dang right there. There is no reason for expecting any upcoming pandemic to be worse than the mild ones of 57 or 68. No reason for striking preemptively. My God. The opposite of preemptive strikes against worst-case scenarios are adaptive strategies. What was the last one here? It says the requires strengthening. Now, again, I've always pointed this out in the past, by the way. One of the things they suggest, by the way, are things we should also resist, like surveillance measures. But it says scientific evidence on resource allocation is best handled by generalists with a comprehensive view on health. Disease experts wish to capture public attention and sway resource allocation decisions in the favor of the disease of their interest. Scathing. I'll leave it there. Read it. There's a lot more in there, guys, and it's important. So, again, lying to you about what is, comparatively based. If this is like H1N1, then they're lying again, which I'm sure that's what's happening. It's my opinion. It says H7N9 It's another example of an avian A strain, which I believe is what we're talking about today, that presents a significant potential for a public health emergency and would be considered an influenza A virus with potential pandemic potential. While sustained human-to-human transmission was not seen, familiar clusters could not be ruled out. Again, worst case scenarios, not facts, not verifiable trend, just the worry that it may be, hurry, emergency authorization, pandemic declare. I mean, this is the same thing we've been warned about forever from people within the companies or from within the government. Not just WHO, mind you, but all across the board. We've seen FDA people resign and protest. The paradigm just doesn't want to listen. Some people on the right are more amenable to it. But of course, if it's Trump's thing or something else, they're blinded to it like the left and right are in every context. That's how they fool people around this. Oh, and then these are just some of the things. Yeah, that's my highlighting. Make sure you check this out. Make sure you share this. This is important. Now, here are some past shows. This one was from 2022. And look at that. Kramastock missile fired from Ukraine. Yeah, all the breaking down all the stories are still lying about. This one, I just called this the Great Bird Flu Pandemic. And this is just talking about the hype about what was coming next. Make sure you check it out. Here is the most recent one we did. This was from June 2024. Oh, and I don't think it was in the title. June 6th. But here is we talked about it in the show. And this says FDA advisors unanimously vote for updated COVID shots. Israel reportedly put on UN blacklist. Here's a breakdown from that show that Brock put out. Medical industrial complex hypes next pandemic. Same conversation. And this is where we get into all the stuff we talked about. The idea of let me show, maybe give him a shout since we mentioned him. It's Chris something. Where was it? Like right here. Oh, never mind. It's Toby Rogers. I thought it was Chris something else. Chris Martinson is the one that said a cycle threshold, but he's saying that, so the dude who supposedly died of bird flu in Mexico had chronic kidney disease and type 2 diabetes and, quote, had no history of exposure to poultry. So basically they just made that up apparently, and we go into the main point that I think is important from Dr. McCullough, Peter McCullough. This, like it says right there, how Ron Faucier created a mutant H5N1 virus. And Dr. McCullough breaking this down. I mean, it all ties back to the same conversations. Now I'll let you watch for yourself. It's important. Make sure you check this stuff out. Now, before we get into the next part of it, though, I just think it's really important. I really don't want to scare people. That's the last thing I want to do. And to get people all worried about what might be happening, whether that's about potential actual fear of some kind of a pathogen or the worry that the government's going to act. I mean, we need to take this based on what we can prove, what we can see in front of us, what we know is happening. Right? I mean, that's in no way it meant to mean that we shouldn't be investigating, researching, blindly asking questions. That's always a good thing. But unless we prove something, we leave it as unknown, right? So right now, what we know is that the infrastructure is still there. We know they're working on mRNA-driven injections for bird flu. We talked about it last time. And overlaps, universal injections, all sorts of crazy stuff. And now they've declared an emergency. Now there's EUA use for these things. And so really, it wouldn't be, it's as simple as rolling out cycle threshold tests under the idea that they want to do it just to be safe. And then all of a sudden the numbers start growing. And then the media does it for themselves, whether that's even the agenda or not. The media sees an interest in hyping the thing. And all of a sudden everyone thinks more tests get taken and the numbers go. You can see how that works. You could almost argue that could happen without the government making it happen. But either way, we need to be careful, watch what's happening. I recommend aggressively that you do not go and take whatever they want you to take, but let's make sure we wait to see, let's not jump the gun is my only point. But I see all the stuff I see the writing on the wall. All it's going to take right now is one nudge. So I really hope that doesn't happen. Let's make sure we get the information out so people can be informed and that we don't kind of lose our minds to the next delusion, right? I think, I honestly think it's going to be very hard, even from the people on the left or right or wherever they were that took the shots, because they were on both sides, mind you, that, they've now stopped. And they were pushing them still well after the fact. So I think everybody sees it. Many just don't want to admit it, which is a good thing at the end of the day. But hopefully we can all be honest about this stuff. So let's get into the next conversation. Oh, that's weird. Didn't adjust the window. Just don't like when you can see the window. For the podcast, doesn't matter. My window was not sized properly. So Elon Musk just put this out. Just one of a million different examples showing you that this person is not on the side. This is an establishment asset, guys. I mean, that's my opinion, whether he knows it or not. I think it's very clear. Military contractor. I mean, I could go off. We've talked about this ad nauseum. This just simply adds to this. And this is my point that, as I titled it today in the show, is sort of a prediction, really. The right makes regime change great again. So we're talking about Venezuela right here. There's one small clip at the end about Haiti that's really just about the fact that it's not just Biden's administration, but it's just always been the reality. My point is, I really see this coming. It's already happening, and it's not like the left is any different. It's all just your government. But my point is, I see the easy way this could be used. The same thing we've seen before during Trump's administration, where suddenly it's about right-wing governments and the people fighting for the same agenda, about nationalization, whatever it is, or nationalism, which is not the same as racism, regardless of the flailing about the conversation. People have a right to care more about their country than other places, but there's clearly a path there for problematic. But really, in my opinion, you see paths to any number of these things, whether it's communism, democracy, whatever you want to claim, all of them can lead to the same problems. But my point here is that Elon Musk is speaking up in support of what I think is a easy to identify CIA, U.S. government asset. Does he know that? Does he care? I don't know. But what I think is easy to see is that him saying this overtakes the conversation for a lot of people tied into this, mostly on the right, which then is now you say that person's bad, you're suddenly a left woke, liberal maniac or whatever, as opposed to the reality that we're going, well, this is not about partisanship. It's about the reality that your government, left and right, are using these people to destroy countries and take what they want. And all you need is to say that they're on the left, and suddenly you support anything, including things that violate your constitutional rights or challenge things you know are sacred. Yep. It's happening everywhere. And I think it's a really alarming conversation. But he simply says, it is time for the people of Venezuela to have a chance for a better future. Okay, well, they overwhelmingly continue to vote in Maduro. All the screams about the fake news, and it's a, fake election. If anything's possible, but like I said in the beginning, the overwhelming body of evidence points to the exact opposite. And the rest, you just have screaming narratives. The point is, every one of these, from U.S. observers and plenty of others, hundreds of international observers have said roundly, like same with Bolivia, by the way, back when that happened, that this was a legitimate election. It's not hard to see why the people of Venezuela support Maduro. And that's whether or not you support communism or whatever else you think is happening there. That has nothing to do with the reality that people there roundly support him. Because at the end of the day, whether you think he's some communist monster that's going to end up starving all these people to death, the only reason people are starving in Venezuela is because of U.S. actions. That's easy to prove. But on top of that, the reality is that at the moment, government policies are helping people in that country. It's not support of communism or Maduro. I question all of those things every day. But it's simply easy to see. And it's the same thing you could have said about Libya, whatever you think their government was, and the same with Bolivia, that they were taking action that benefited the people. Libya was the best example. They had free healthcare, free college. I mean, all these different, which it's easy to prove as well, even though most people reflexively go, that can't be true, because I've been told otherwise. And they destroyed it. And they saved the people, didn't they? If you think saving means being sold in open slave markets, and then the rest of them ignore everything and never talk about it again. So this is Maria Corina, I think it's Machado, who's running against Maduro as being backed by everybody on the establishment Western side. Anya Parampil simply says, sorry, but globalism doesn't win in Venezuela. Now, I stress that you come to your own conclusions about this. And I also plead with you not to allow the partisan side of this to influence what you think. Because, I mean, even if you think, even if you are right and I'm wrong, that it's only the left destroying all of this and the right's trying to save us from it. That's the United States. It's not the same, even though there are clear overlaps to left and right around the world, how we seem to frame it, it's not the same thing. In other countries, it's very different. I mean, just look at Israel, for example. Even though you can see overlaps, it's very different what we're actually talking about when they say left, right versus what we say here. Whatever you think about these things, recognize that this person is not in the interest of Venezuelans, which is the only thing that should really matter. That's obviously my opinion, but I think the evidence is clear. I'm just hoping you'll be open-minded to it without partisan narratives in your mind. Afshin Ratsani from Going Underground says Maria Machado, who has been labeled Venezuela's Margaret Thatcher, is the CIA asset running for president via her proxy, Edmundo Gonzalez, who is very adamantly against Maduro, politically and otherwise. Previously, currently still in politics. She wrote to Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, of course she did, asking for help to literally even use the word specifically to carry out a regime change in Venezuela. So really not that secret at all. In fact, here's the letter. This is a letter in Spanish. Here's the translation that Alex Rubenstein shares. He says, here's the letter from Maria Corina Machado to Benjamin Netanyahu, asking specifically to help her carry out a regime change against the democratically elected government of Venezuela, in accordance with the doctrine of the responsibility to protect. Here's the actual document. I'll show it to you. And he's, again, tagging Musk in saying this. Here's a couple points I just think are important. This is from 2018. Mr. Benjamin Netanyahu. It says, the people of Venezuela need international protection. Is that what Venezuelans want? No. Aggressively obvious. They do. That's the one thing you can hear from most of these Latin, southern countries. They do not want in any way U.S. or Western involvement in their countries. Screaming. I'm sure, and there's examples of some that do. It's never all or nothing in any place or any conversation, but it's evident that they do not want that. So when she's going, we need your support and the protection, she's talking about their agenda. So she does not act or speak for the interest of Venezuelans, which you can easily prove. What she says right there is the opposite. But it goes on and it says the Venezuelan people are being systematically attacked by government forces. Well, as far as I could tell, most Venezuelan conversations are saying quite the opposite. What she's speaking to, in my opinion, are their people and their agenda and their interests, most of which are people who are criminals who have already been caught in previous regime change efforts, like Mr. Guaido and all of his lackeys. It says the current regime is criminal by nature and maintains close ties with drug cartels and terrorism. I love these arguments. Now, look, wouldn't surprise me, quite frankly, but here's what's so stupid about this. They love to make it about, what do they call it? Narco-terrorism or whatever. And the point is talking about cocaine sales. The United States government is close as hell with Colombia, the leading exporter of cocaine in the world. Way more than what comes out of Venezuela, but they don't care about that. But suddenly Maduro is the cocaine. Well, if you know for a fact that more comes out of Colombia, then how is it possible that no one talks about that and you're allies with them, but you may, because it's an agenda. You can prove over the years that the CIA is acutely involved with drug trafficking. That's like one of the most open secrets we have. So this becomes a partisan game about using these allegations to achieve what you want. And all it does is hurt the peoples of these countries. Both for Colombia, who live under a criminal regime in most of these countries because the governments allow that because it's all they want is control. So they reap the resources from those countries and make them reliant on U.S. interest and U.S. supplies. And they look at the continent of Africa, both from well before the United States, from Britain and so on. This is what they do. They keep them in poverty so they can manipulate them. And then on the other side, you got Venezuela, who's pushing back against that, trying to fight for its people, probably as well as enriching itself. That's what I think of all governments. But the point is that then gets attacked because they don't give up whatever the U.S. wants, and then they force them into starvation. They force them into economic decline, and then go look at how bad they are. I mean, I genuinely think everybody knows this. But it says to the point that it has become a threat to other countries, such as Israel and Argentina. And again, talking about terrorism, and you're pleading with the leading state sponsor of terrorism in the world, Israel. It says, I believe the doctrine of responsibility to protect calls upon the international community to support the people of Venezuela in their quest to generate the urgently needed change of regime. So not only asking for regime change, but calling yourself a regime, which is just funny to me. But this is my point about turning these terms into a positive thing. I've said it forever. Now regime change means democracy because they're doing it for the good reasons or whatever. Regime change used to be a conspiracy theory. But it says promotion of a change of regime. Then it says, until a change of regime occurs, hemispheric and global security shall be at risk. Right. So the world is at risk. Greatest threat to our democracy. They know how to tap into this. But it says it must be noted that the important Jewish community in the country, a bright source of collaboration, alliance, contribution, and mutual admiration, has been drastically reduced in recent years. Of course, it's just the idea is that somehow they're responsible for that, right? Because they hate Jews. And that's the only reason this makes sense, because we need, who hates Jews more than anyone in the world? Zionists. Zionist manipulators that run this country that are making Jews unsafe in Israel. Zionism is anti-Semitism and the most obvious example of the world. Now, I'm sure without all the rest of my conversations around deeper, the conversations we've had where we dive into what that means and why Zionism is what it is and the history, its overlap with Nazism and so on, to some people that's going to be like, you're crazy, conspiracy theory. But these are easily verifiable facts. The very obvious reality of the history of Zionism, how very clearly massive Jewish organizations of the world do not believe Zionism is Judaism or that Israel represents them. But somehow that's all crazy and conspiracy theory, right? The reality is obvious that what they've created is why Jews are at risk anywhere that they may be in the context of Israel. There are people that are racist. Of course that exists. But what they're doing is creating the very thing they need to justify their existence. I'm talking about Zionism. Not all Israelis are all Jews. It's obvious. And so this conversation is very clearly about trying to make this about protecting Jewish people. On the United Nations General Assembly of November 29, 1947, Venezuela was among the members which voted for the state of creation of Israel. And it says, the renovated, prosperous, and democratic Venezuela shall once again cultivate a close relationship with Israel. Oh, well, there you go. Well, the point is that this is why Israel is cultivating this entire thing, along with the United States, is because it's like the normalization lie throughout the Middle East. If you're going, look, we'll do whatever you think is best as long as you come in and put me in power. That's what this is. Please decide for yourself. Now his new name is Duopoly Destroyer on Twitter. And Nico House says, of course, Elon backs the U.S. puppet in Venezuela, which I completely agree with. Now, one more, in fact, this is Alan McLeod responding. It is a massive national security risk for Venezuela to have their means of communication owned by a CIA-linked billionaire who openly endorses a far-right agitator like Machado, which is the point to think about here. And again, I didn't read this before, but this is simply saying, I had a pleasant conversation with Malay, and this is the fake libertarian. We've talked about this. This is the game that's being played. That's my point about the right making regime change great again. It's not about the right or left. It's a two-party illusion. My point is that using the right, they're going to justify things just like this by acting like he somehow is saving freedom in the world. Guys, this guy is a complete manipulator. We blindly supporting Israel and everything else we've talked about. This guy is not a libertarian, but he tricked enough people to think that. He says the president of Argentina, whom I thank for the support. I reiterated my confidence in the unbreakable libertarian spirit. See my point? And that's why they're going, she's the one. But the point is that, and his point on top of it all, is that she is a CIA-backed entity, but that Elon is at least in some way influencing their communication process. And this is the problem with how this all is building in this technocratic direction. And now, in case you are like, they're all on the left, which, again, I don't know why that means so much to so many people. But it's not a left-right dynamic here, guys. And this is just one example. My point is that right now, clearly, it seems the left is more interested in calling that out. I think a lot on the right are very similar. I mean, I know a lot of people that I talk to that just don't say these things out loud that very much recognize the same problem, largely because a lot of their right audience will attack them for it, which kind of shows you the problem of cultivating an audience that sort of dictates what you can say. But here's Jackson Hinkle on the right saying, beautiful election day in Venezuela, go Maduro. Just in case you think it's this is clearly, let's put it this way, not that it's new. The two-party illusion is always used to manipulate people into taking a side that they might not want to because they think they're supposed to. Now here, the squirrel added some good information to this. He says, Elon Musk, the genocidal Zionist puppet of Israel, just endorsed the far-right Zionist opposition in Venezuela, who begged Israel to bomb Venezuela for them. Chavez was as ever right. Israel, he says, quote, Israel finances the Venezuelan opposition. Israel finances counter-revolution. And you know what? He's right. It's easy to prove, which the squirrel does here. We've talked about this many times over the years in a lot of countries around the world. So Chavez is here, and you can listen to it. There's subtitles simply saying Israel is the one behind the Venezuelan opposition. And this is the same with Guaido and the rest of it, guys. These are joint operations. He says, whenever you look, Zionists arm, fund, train, or wherever he says, wherever you look, Zionists arm, fund, train, and fight alongside fascist, as he names them, rape death squads that terrorize the indigenous peoples, like in Palestine. Spreading rape and terror around the world is intrinsic to Zionism. Maduro opposes that, he says. Now, you can name it something else, but the bottom line is, in anywhere you look, like he's saying, whether, and especially when you look to historical genocides like Bosnia, Rwanda, it's not just because people always want to make, that's why I said in the beginning, that we're just trying to make it about, they're not trying to do anything. The evidence is there. I wouldn't just add their name if there wasn't obvious, provable evidence that shows that Israel was involved before, during, and well after the Rwanda genocide. Bosnia as well. Robert's written an entire article about this. The one I can remember off the top of my head, I'll just grab for you. Was Israel involved in the Rwanda genocide? The answer is yes. And I've covered this. I'll include that in the show notes for you. I mean, it's I'm not going to get into all the details because it's a lot, but the Uzis they provided. I mean, it's fair. Even the language discussing this beforehand is what drove these people in many ways, I argue, but it's easy to see that it influenced the actions they took against their own people, trying to use the idea of the Palestinian plight that they were talking about in their mind to saying, we're dealing with the same problem. That's what happened. I went over it very detailed. So the point here is that anywhere you look around the world, you find these, and look, we've talked about Syria, for example, the moderate rebels working with Al-Qaeda and ISIS and giving them medical treatment in Syrian Golan Heights, which is part of a conversation today about the false flag. It's easy to see, guys. ISIS itself is, as we just talked about, a proxy element for the U.S.-Israel apparatus. And it's just so easy to prove. James Corbett's broken this down. Ben Swann's on a documentary. It's undeniable. And now we're all of a sudden seeing ISIS declare Hamas an enemy? I thought Hamas was ISIS. Like, it's so flimsy. And it's obvious that they're desperate at this point. But he says spreading rape and terror around the world is intrinsic to Zionism. He says Israel and its Zionist supporters, like Elon Musk, do nothing but spread mass rape and murder across the globe. They love nothing more than raping and murdering. Well, that's very subjective. It's his opinion. But the point is the evidence shows that these are things they're behind. He says, notice, by the way, that the Zionist rapists never demand elections in U.S., NATO, Israeli puppet regimes. That's a great point. Aside from, putting aside the language, the point, and not in a bad way, I'm just saying, removing the opinion, the point is clear. Look at places that they're involved with, that they get what they want from. Why aren't they demanding elections there? Right? And this is the point that I'll play at the end about Haiti. That's a Jimmy Dore clip overlap with some other things where, of course, they start by saying the Biden regime or administration, it goes well before Biden. It went through Trump. It went before Bush. It's a long time dynamic around Haiti. And the point is that, how long it's been since there's been an election or somebody elected? Why? Because they get what they want. So they don't push it. But in places where they've had actual democratic elections, they just say, no, we don't agree. Fake news, like with Bolivia, and force them out, or try in Venezuela. Like, for the claim, for example, that Trump never started wars is such a flimsy allegation because, first of all, or claim, maintaining all the rest, and as he even said in a recent speech, I'll talk about in a second, finishing them, which is okay, that's war. But the point is, Iran and the assassination of Soleimani, that easily could have become a massive war, but they showed restraint. Or the repeated attempts to regime change Venezuela also could have completely spun out into a massive war. It's just not what happened. The point is, he went through the same motions like every president before him, and everyone just laps up the arguments because it's what they want to hear. He says they love nothing more. No, it was the wrong one. Yeah, so it says the U.S., NATO, Israeli genocidal empire demands elections and democracy, in quotes, whenever they don't own the state, because it's the mechanism they use to take control of it. I agree with this. Here is Jeffrey Sachs on this point. Now, remember, what actually, I don't think I put that out yet, by the way. I think tomorrow I'm going to be playing the interviews with Derek and Ramiro, which you remember from the past about the above phone. I only say that because this is what we talk about this in at least one case with Derek. I was going to put him out today, and things always change. Tomorrow when those are going to come out, I believe. Here is Jeffrey Sachs talking about this. The point I was going to make is, let's not forget that he's very pro WHO and globalism stuff in a lot of ways, at least in the context of like fighting against what he sees as the U.S. problem, or the kind of problem that represents, whether it's Britain or United States. And so my point I made in the interview is that you could argue that he just thinks that is the solution to this and doesn't see the bigger problem. That's certainly possible. Or he's giving you good things like this in order to manipulate you into thinking that he's not on the bad side. I mean, however you want to look at it. Regardless of that, what he says here and what he says a lot about the U.S. empire is spot on. So again, it's about what the facts are, and he nails this right here.
So the U.S. government has been trying to strangle the Venezuelan economy. It started with sanctions in 2017 that prevented essentially the country from accessing international capital markets and the oil company from restructuring its loans. That put Venezuela into a hyperinflation. That was the utter collapse. Oil earnings plummeted. The earnings that are used to buy food and medicine.
And don't forget, we covered this extensively on a show a while ago. There was an important program. I can't remember what it was off the top of my head. If you know in the chat, make sure you post it, where they were allowing their oil sales to be used, or the revenue to be given. I don't think it was free, but there was pretty much a charity aspect. If I remember it correctly, the revenue to other countries that were suffering, a lot of them because of U.S. sanctions, that allowed them to prosper in some ways. And then, of course, because of what the U.S. did, that all went away. It's just, there's so many aspects like this. And I'm never arguing good versus bad. I find every government around the world to be capable of all the same things. And it's usually just because I think at some levels, they're just not as sinister as some of the worst aspects. But I argue that they're always trying to benefit themselves. I think that's what government is. It's just simply highlighting that, especially, like, let's put it this way, as I've said before, if you allow the Venezuelan government or any of the rest of them, in my opinion, to rise to the kind of power the U.S. government has, we probably see the same things. I hope I'm wrong. I know a lot of people that would argue I'm wrong about that, about Russia. But, I mean, I find it hard to believe that. So just know where I come from. So it's not always about trying, like, that's what the paradigm loves to try to argue, that you're defending them because you're a lefty versus the right. It's the only thing that makes sense to them. Realistically, I think most people are starting to back up and see a bigger picture, I hope. But it's really just about clearly demonstrating the difference between the two. And what we can see is that they are doing things without question that benefit their people. And even if that's a means to an end to benefit them, the people are asking for that. They're voting them into power. And you could please question that. But if you come back to a position where all you have is a lot of evidence and international observers from like 100 countries that argue it was versus the U.S. saying otherwise with nothing to back it up, it's pretty clear where you should line, where you should land in that.
Collapsed. That's when things that are used to buy food and medicine collapsed. That's when the social humanitarian crisis went spiraling out of control. And then in this year is with this idea, very naive, very stupid in my view, that there would be this self-proclaimed president, which was all choreographed with the United States very, very closely. Another round of even tighter sanctions, essentially confiscating the earnings and the assets of the Venezuelan government, took place. Now Venezuela is in complete, utter catastrophe. A lot of it brought on by the United States deliberately, creating massive, massive suffering. We know there's hunger. We know there's incredible shortage of medical supplies. We can only imagine, because we won't know really until the dust settles and careful studies are done, how much excess mortality there is. But surely in a context like this, this is a catastrophe largely created by the U.S. because, as was said earlier, this is an all-or-nothing strategy. What the U.S., what Trump just doesn't understand, and what Bolton, of course, never agrees to, is the idea of negotiations. This is an attempt at an overthrow. It's very crude, it's not working, and it's very cruel because it's punishing 30 million people.
And that is, I mean, that is the normal. That's not the exception. That's the rule. That's what your government does. Now here, he goes on to say, I highly recommend listening to the podcast on Dor Eras, the Guatemalan village wiped off the face of the earth, along with so many others by Israeli-run death squads who actually mass raped children and threw babies into wells. And you can read it. This is very important. He says Israel and the U.S. have been part of genocidal rape death squads that actually mass rape children in front of their parents. Now, by the way, I know this stuff can be hard to hear, but let's not forget that during the Iraq War, there are people that were testifying that they were ordered by their superiors to rape children or women in front of their families. It's horrifying, but this is the reality. This is what I always highlight about this overlap. Like it's, if you're going to pretend that those things invalidate the war, then the whole thing should be invalid. Realistically, it was. We know that based on lies. My point is that logic needs to be applied to what we're talking about equally, right? The idea about Hamas and what happened on October 7th, and the idea of the Armed Resistance Act, which is very clearly documented. The idea that they were in occupied territory means they have the legal right to armed resistance. But then crimes were committed, like taking the children, which we can clearly show as a war crime. But that's not equally applied, is it? So if this case, we can see things like this, and this goes back well before the Iraq war. And that what he's talking about is the overlap of the Israeli entities with the United States. Here are some reports that go back a long way.
The cutting off of heads on Operation Stone, there was a lieutenant colonel there, and 2 people had their heads cut off and put on stakes and stuck in the middle of the field.
He went over there and ripped her clothes off and took a knife and cut from her vagina all the way up, well, just about up to her breast, and pulled her organs out.
Sound familiar? Sounds like something they lied about for October 7th, doesn't it?
Completely out of her cavity and threw him out. And then he stopped and knelt over and commenced to peel every bit of skin off her body and left her there as a sign for something or other.
And there were 2 little boys playing on the dike, and one sergeant just took his M16 and shot one boy off the dike. The other boy tried to run. When he was almost out of sight, this other guy, Spec 4, he shot this other little boy off the dike. And the little boy was like lying on the ground kicking, so he shot him again to make sure he's dead.
These people are aware of what American soldiers do to them, so naturally they try to hide the young girls. We found one hiding in a bomb shelter in sort of the basement of her house. She was taken out and raped by 6 or 7 people in front of her family, in front of most of the villagers. This wasn't just one instance, this is just the first one that I can remember.
It got to be like a game, like the object was to see who could kill the most people. And the different ways you could prove how many people you killed would be like cutting off ears. Now, if you brought back someone's ears, you know, pretty likely you had to kill them to get them. And then people would, you know, whoever had the most ears, they would get the most beers, and you'd trade your ears for beers.
As I was walking over to him, I turned and I looked in the area. I looked to where the VCS were, supposed VCS. And 2 men were leading a young girl, approximately 19 years old, very pretty, out of a hooch. She had no clothes on, so I assumed she had been raped, which was pretty SOP. And that's standard operating procedure for civilians. And she was thrown onto the pile of the 19 women and children, and 5 men around the circle opened up on full automatic with their M16s. And that was the end of that.
Just horrifying. And the sad thing is, that's my point from before. This is what has always happened in wartime. That's why anybody who really understands it tries to argue that war is not something we should lean into as some kind of means to an end. It's an absolute last resort in situations that are, you know, I mean, even then, it's like, the point is, it's hard to endorse that in any way. Not this, but the idea of war in general. You know, and so at the end of the day, an actual leader would not argue that war is a response. Would not argue that this is something that we do because we have to put someone in their place or take resources, or do it because you have to continue to sell weapons, which is what our government is doing. He goes on to say, whenever you refer to Israel and the U.S., always include that they are systematic rape regimes. See, that's his opinion, but clearly history. I mean, you could argue that it might not be something that they're ordering systemically, but, you know, like from the top down, but, you know, we know, and there are examples of that, as we've shown, as from Iraq and even before. He says, that's not me saying that, that's the UN saying that, he says. That's an established fact. And this, of course, is we're talking about the Israel overlap. So that's why I said that, because, you know, we're kind of broadly talking about the U.S. and overlapping in general. But it's important to recognize, as he points out, Abu Ghraib, right? The obvious information around that and what we know happened there. And Israel, as the UN has called out over and over, well before February 2024, about these exact conversations. And he goes on to add an important point. This shows the U.S. angle. Afghanistan, where the U.S. established a vast network of, as he highlights, pedophile gang rapists who killed the children trying to escape their rape slavery, with U.S. troops protecting the pedophile rapists. Now, that's his framing of it. But realize the facts are that they absolutely were aware of pedophilia going on and then ordered people to ignore it. This is not hard to prove. This is a public conversation that got very little coverage. As he highlights right here, military ignored Afghan allies' pedophilia, punished those who spoke up. Guys, this is real stuff. It's not hard to prove. They said it was a cultural difference. Now, this is showing an Israel document we've shown you before, or rather video, of people that were part of the first Nakba, who are simply saying that as you can read, it's disgusting. It's all in subtitles. I really don't want to read it. But these are people that are laughing about how they rape women, how they killed children. This guy openly laughs when he talks about raping. It's disgusting. And this is Zionist Israeli entities from the Nakba forward. And here, by the way, is the one we've shown you. This is Josh Paul, the senior State Department official who resigned, speaking up about how Israel covered up rape and pedophilia. Or I guess specifically, I just think, well, it'll play for itself.
Condemn the atrocities that happen every day to Palestinians in the West Bank. You mentioned sexual violence. I was part of the human rights vetting process for arms going to Israel, and a charity called Defense of Children International Palestine drew our attention at the State Department to the sexual assault, actually the rape of a 13-year-old boy that occurred in an Israeli prison in the Mosque Bia in Jerusalem. We examined these allegations. We believe they were credible. We put them to the government of Israel. And you know what happened the next day? The IDF went into the DCIP offices and removed all their computers and declared them a terrorist entity. I think it is vital that atrocities not happen to anyone, not sexual violations, not any kind of gross violation of human rights. We are looking at a situation where there is so much dehumanification, where people are not seen for the value that they have.
The idea that you would cover it up and then lock it, like everything about that shows you an obvious agenda. Now, you could argue it's simply just that you don't care about accountability because it makes you look bad. But I think it's much deeper than that, as we've shown many, many, many times. He goes on to say, genocidal Zionist Queen Kamala, always without fail, brings up the genocidal mass rape atrocity. Talking about, obviously, Kamala Harris. And the propaganda hoax, which she laundered through rape, torture footage of Palestinians. And of course she does. He's been doing a great job breaking all these lies down. He finishes by saying, here is the letter the Venezuelan far-right genocidal Zionist opposition wrote to Israel, begging them to bomb Venezuela for them, which we read to you already. The Iron Lady of Venezuela threatens to unseat its autocrat. That's how they cover that. They reach out to a foreign leader and say, help regime change the elected leader. It's just so ridiculous the way that they act. You know, the hypocrisy in the corporate media. Now here, Camilla highlights the Ecuadorian leader, talking about how, and this gets into the idea of the clear, they can very clearly recognize that that Maduro is popular, that the people of Venezuela support Maduro, and that unless they completely manipulate what's going on, that they're not going to actually achieve this. So that's why you see things like this. And as she writes it, the U.S. puppet president, Ecuador, has already declared that his country will not recognize the result of Venezuela's future presidential elections. Now, that's not what they're saying when they think the U.S. is going to win. They see that Maduro is going to win, and so they simply go, I'm not going to recognize it. Well, so you're preemptively saying you don't recognize democracy? Well, that's not how they're going to frame it, right? Noba, whose country is being governed by the FBI, she writes, Southcom and U.S. Embassy, claims Venezuela's elections won't be free. Okay, well, then why is the U.S. entity running at the election? It's the same thing they did last time. And this is something that I think it was Abby Martin covered, which apparently, essentially, they had somebody running. This is the way back before Trump's administration, or right up before. And point is that this is what they used to claim it was an illegitimate presidency, that there was nobody running against him. The point was that they had somebody running and they pulled out of the race because they clearly saw they weren't going to win. So then they could say, no, but he ran. They didn't let anybody else run, but you could prove that they chose to pull out of the race, and you could prove this was the U.S. asset. It's just embarrassingly flimsy the way that they conduct this stuff. Now, here's Alan McLeod speaking with Rania Kalek. And now, again, I'm sure people have their opinions about left and right and, and so on. And question it. Question their intentions. Question what you think they're doing there. The point is they're in Venezuela. Very different than what you're going to hear from any of the corporate media or pretty much anybody trying to tell you they know what's going on here. They're there. They've watched what's going on, and here's what they have to say. So take it for what you will.
With just one day to go before the elections here in Venezuela, I've run into the amazing Rania Khalek from Breakthrough News.
Hello, Alan. It's great to be with you.
Yeah, it's good to be with you too. So what are your impressions of Venezuela so far?
Well, I have seen an extremely transparent process of pre-election preparations with lots of observers. This must be the most observed election in the world. And it's because the Venezuelan government is put into a position where they're constantly having to fight off accusations of fraud, even before elections have happened, by American government officials and the U.S. corporate media apparatus. So there are observers here from all over the world having been dispatched to prepare at polling stations tomorrow, which is election day, to watch and see and make sure nothing fishy is going on. We got a very detailed explanation of how the election works. It was like a 3-hour long explanation, to the point where you almost feel bad that you even have to go through all of that just because you have to fight off these essentially lies from the biggest empire in history.
Yeah, I mean, from what I've seen, there's more than 800 international observers here, even though we're hearing stories in the corporate media that people are being uninvited, that these elections are not going to be actually viewed at all. What do you think explains that? Why is Venezuela such a target for corporate media and for the US more generally?
Well, Venezuela has a socialist government that has nationalized their resources to use them to provide for their people. And we know that historically that is not allowed by the Americans, particularly in what they consider their backyard, because of the Monroe Doctrine.
Yeah.
So since, Chavez was elected to power, and through the Maduro era, the U.S. has been trying to destroy the Venezuelan government, especially through economic warfare, has attempted several coups that have failed. And what's amazing to me as well is the fact that, there's all this talk about opposition candidates being banned, but we never hear why they're banned. It's because these are people who have participated in violent coup attempts. Yeah. In Venezuela, you could imagine what would happen in the U.S. if somebody were to participate in a violent coup attempt. They'd probably actually be in prison, if not worse, whereas here they're just banned from running again. Not to say everything's perfect, and everything isn't perfect anywhere, but what I've seen in Venezuela is a very open place that is open for anybody to come observe, that is open to journalists to come observe, open to people from around the world and various organizations like the Carter Center to come observe and see that the elections are in fact legitimate. We'll see tomorrow. It's amazing to me that they've already been accused of fraud before the elections even happened.
Yeah, that's interesting. Me and you are going to be at the National Electoral Council when they actually announce the vote, right? It's tomorrow evening, right?
Yes.
That's great. So, you'll be able to follow all the stories on Mint Press News and, of course, Breakthrough News. Do you want to give yourself a little plug for what you guys are doing?
Yes, you guys are doing great work at Mint Press, and I'm really excited to be able to be here and provide coverage for Breakthrough News. You can follow us at BT Newsroom on all your social media platforms. You can follow me at Rania Khalek as well.
All right. Thanks, guys. Stay tuned.
No, just there, the obvious reality of the history is undeniable. And the idea that they, from their perspective, it's completely up and up, right? And you could argue they're lying or that they don't see something. It's always possible. But it's evidence versus narrative, right? They're seeing it firsthand versus people in this country that aren't there simply going, we know they're liars, they're criminals, and so it's all fake news, which is what happens every time. And again, you can't miss the point of Bolivia, where it is undeniable what happened there. Even, I believe it was even MIT study that proved that they lied about this. The OAS made this big stink about how it was an illegitimate thing, and then a military junta is put in place. They just stopped talking about it because that's democracy, right? I mean, it's just insulting to your intelligence because the reality was the same. They had hundreds of international observers that verified that it was legitimate. The U.S. and the other side of the world goes, it's fake news. He lied. And that's all they need. And they destroyed people's lives for it, as always. Now, before we go on to the next conversation, which is the overlap of Donald Trump, the assassination attempt conversation, his ear anomaly, and we'll get into the Israel point from there. But Uncaptured News put this out, and he's just simply titling this Africa's Wannabe Zelensky. What's important to this point is the overlap of this, and it's the bigger regime change picture. This is not just Biden's administration. I know it's sort of easy to make it about Biden because then it doesn't anger the right. I know that's a lot of things happening right now, but the reality is this is much bigger than left and right. And the truth is that this is why it makes the point from before that you don't hear them calling for elections in Haiti, do you? Why would that be? Well, here's why.
administration, they have a puppet government in place right now in Haiti, and they want to keep it that way. A puppet government that oppresses the people, sells them out to corporations, right?
Yeah, there isn't a single elected official in Haiti for a couple of years now.
The podcast, that's Dan Cohen speaking with Jimmy.
And they keep saying, oh, we're going to have elections, but in order to do that, we have to send in a foreign invasion so there can be security to have elections. So the U.S.'s whole game is to basically establish a 10-year military occupation using Kenyans to do the dirty work, and then it can control the elections.
What is the United States using as a bribe to get the Kenyan government to go along with this?
They gave the Kenyans hundreds of millions of dollars. And the president of Kenya, William Ruto, a lot of Kenyans believe that he was put into power. The U.S. tipped the scales in his favor. He came to the U.S. about a month ago, which is the first time an African head of state had been invited to Washington. In 15 years, he requested an appearance in Congress. Republicans rejected him. He didn't even get to do that. So, I mean, he's a puppet of the U.S., so he does what the U.S. says, and I'm sure they greased it up pretty good for him.
All right.
Well, it doesn't matter whether
Oops.
you're conservative.
Sorry, guys. That's coming up. That's coming up later. Bumped that on accident. So obviously the important reality is, I mean, this is not unique. This is what the U.S. government does all around the world in almost every case for very, very selfish, not reasons based on liberty and democracy and freedom. That's the narrative for sure. But you see people like this all over the world being put in positions that only allow them to steal resources and take from the country that puts their country in poverty, and they call that democracy. They call that nation building or whatever else. I mean, even that used to be a kind of a bad term. Now it's about freedom. It's always how this goes. So remember this, as we're going to see more about Venezuela, I promise you. Of course, when it ends up Maduro wins the election, like you said, Ecuador is saying, nope, we don't believe it. The U.S. government's going to speak up and say they stole the election. And, maybe it stops there. I hope. But ultimately, we've seen that turn into a lot more. And with Israel involved, as we've seen going back a long way, with as desperate as they are right now, you may see a lot more. Now, talking about the two-party illusion conversation, because that's where this really comes back to for me. The worry about why people are so completely taken by this, more than I've ever seen. And I don't just mean, it's the ideologue aspect, like the idea that you're following some kind of political leader, not because even about policies, but just because he's the savior. Even in some cases, people arguing that this is a literal savior, prophetic style. It's terrifying. This is a tweet that somebody shared I just thought was interesting. As Brad Cohen writes, I'm so glad Andrew Tate, father worked for the CIA, Tucker Carlson, father worked for the CIA, Alex Jones, family worked in military intelligence, and Elon Musk, large military industrial contractor, are joining forces to save us from the deep state. This is so freaking epic. Right. Now, those things don't have to mean that that's all the same, but it's just really, it's weird to me how we never seem to have people rising up to save us from the bad guys that doesn't ultimately end up happening from outside the inside, who aren't elitists inside the dynamic. I know they love to make the argument, like they said about Trump's last administration, you got to have insiders to fight from the inside. Well, how'd that work out? Same thing they're doing right now with Vance and Thiel and Elon Musk. The same game is happening all over again for the technocratic part too. But why can't we learn our lessons here? I mean, again, I'm hoping that we are. And I think we're just being more lied to than ever about what we're actually seeing as the majority, as always. But my God, we need to ask that question. It's constant that we see the insiders suddenly going, I see it. I'm going to break away and change it all. And then we've seen this happen. This is not new. I hope I'm wrong. I hope they do. But when it doesn't happen again, hopefully we can maybe not fall for it again. That'd be my hope. So here's what Derek Rose wrote about Donald Trump. And this is, by the way, we recently went to the Bitcoin conference. I'll just the image from us outside the thing. We went there, I'll give you my thoughts on some of it. It's, largely unimportant for the larger conversation today. But one of the things I did try to do is get shot of his ear. I'm interested, like everybody is, despite all the hype about conspiracy theory. You know damn well, whoever you're out there listening, that everybody was interested to see it because of all the conversation. Even if you think everyone's making it up, you still wanted to see because you wanted to prove them wrong. Everybody did. Derek Bros, and this before that, Derek Bros writes this about the flag conversation. Now, this overlaps with Israel and the protests. By the way, all acting within their constitutional rights, even the flag burning, which is the reality or the idea. And again, I don't agree with that. I ultimately think it's disrespectful, whoever's it is. I just think it's about, again, you have a right to is the point. So if you want to and you believe it's appropriate, then that's your right. But now suddenly, because there's this hype about the idea that it's somehow anti-American, that you can't do that, Well, let's arrest them. Well, this is the same idea we're seeing that goes back a long way. As he writes, this is one of the examples of how the right wing is just as authoritarian as the left. They have their sacred cows of the American flag and anthem and want to imprison people that disrespect it. Jeff Charles writes this going back, I forget, this was 2020, I think, in Tulsa, where he openly said this, for those trying to kind of pretend that's not the reality.
And you know, we ought to do something, Mr. Senators. We have two great senators. We ought to come up with legislation that if you burn the American flag, you go to jail for 1 year. 1 year.
Okay. So that's undeniable. Now, the point is, yeah, maybe he changed his mind, whatever narrative he wants, but the point is that in and of itself, no matter when that happened, is crazy. You are saying, who cares about your constitutional rights? Because it's been, as he says, this has been ruled many times. I don't think he says it there. I thought that was the one. Anyway, that is the reality. This has been ruled on before, and this is under your constitutional rights. Which, how could it not be? It's crazy. But my point is that he's standing up and saying, well, we don't like that, so let's make a rule that says you're in this case, your rights don't apply. Well, that's not how the Constitution works. That's not how the government works, as much as they really want you to think that they dole out and take your rights. No, these are God-given inherent rights, whether they wrote that piece of paper, the Constitution, that you had. That's the point of the Constitution. They're just acknowledging God-given inherent rights, whether or not they ever wrote it down. So for anybody, whether left or right, or people that recognize it's all stupid, standing up and saying, we don't like that, so let's make a rule that is unconstitutional. And as Derek's point is, you guys have your sacred cows, whether on one side it's about one thing and the other side it's about something else. It's all chipping away at your rights. They're just blinded to what they believe in. It's the same as we'll talk about in a second, of groups who are screaming about cancel culture, suddenly getting people fired because they made a disgusting joke online about Trump and cheering it on because, it was illegal or something sort of, but it wasn't. And we can prove that. Now, not every single example. Somebody who actually comes out and goes, I'm going to kill that person. Well, there's a discussion to be had there. Frankly, I still argue that's under actual free speech. But I get it. There's laws out there that say otherwise. And so that's the reality of the current circumstances. But that's not what we were talking about. People that were saying, I wish they shot better. Well, yeah, that's pretty disgusting. It's bad taste, but it is legitimately within free speech. And they were not just going, that person should get fired, but tagging groups and following up on it and pressuring companies to fire them. That's cancel culture, guys. That's the woke right. And it's not just about the same things you see as woke on the left. It's the same kind of action through their sacred cows, just like he's talking about. That's important to think about. And this, guys, is terrifying right now. The amount of people that are blinding themselves to the very things they were just telling you, we're going to end this country on the left. But now because it's their thing, we ignore it. Now, I'm genuinely of the mind that this is not the majority. But they really want you to think that. Now, here is the overlap with the flag burning. So that's an old discussion about that. Here is somebody overlapping with Israel, right? So now you've got people from the Israeli side trying, and again, we should genuinely ask whether this might have been an Israeli instigator, which I don't think so. I mean, I've seen a lot of people promoting this left-wing side of it to the extreme, burning flags and taking statues down and so on, which doesn't mean they're wrong about Israel. I would just argue it means that they're blinded in regard to politics from the left. But either way, the point is that this is about Israel trying to manipulate this country into removing their own rights. See how that works? Sort of like saying Second Amendment shall not be infringed, except suddenly we got the right to see it in a trans conversation, and now they're calling for that right to shall not be infringed. See how that works? Now you can argue and make a genuine argument why you think that it shall not be infringed, because, well, they're mentally incapable, whatever you could make an argument, and even though I disagree, I'll hear you out. That's how conversation works. That's legitimate political conversation or debate. The problem is you go from absolutely shall not be, except that person right there, because that's our agenda in the moment, because you've been wrapped up in this political fervor. It's the same thing about free speech. If you believe that they shouldn't be able to say what they're saying about Israel or whatever else that got you to think that they should be shut up, like Ben Shapiro and the rest of them screaming about cancel culture and then suddenly calling for the same, then have an argument about why you think limited speech is the way we should go. I disagree, but it's a conversation. It's a valid one. See the point? Pretending that you don't, that one obvious anomaly does not then mean free speech, that you don't think free speech is the direction. I said that terribly. Pretending that anomaly means you still support free speech even though you have that anomaly, is a lie to yourself and to everybody else. But that's what they're getting you to think, that it's okay if we do it in this way because we're right. And I mean that in the sense of like correct. That's what both sides do. Here is Representative Josh Gottheimer, wildly pro-Israel, justifying how Americans should be attacked and arrested and lose their rights because they're doing bad things against the flag or because they say mean things about Israel. That's what he says right here. It's un-American, it's unacceptable, it's despicable, and it's also within your constitutional rights. So are you saying your constitutional rights are un-American, unacceptable, and despicable? That's what he's saying. At least in that example. You can't pull those two things apart. If this is protected, which it is under your rights, he just said that right is despicable. So he doesn't believe in the Constitution. Not entirely. Even though he swore an oath to it.
Within the chamber, right? As the speech was underway, the prime minister called those protesters Iran's useful idiots. So
with literally no evidence, as usual, they were Jewish Voice for Peace, peacefully sitting down and protesting inside the Capitol. Right. I believe it was Capitol. The point is that they were peacefully protesting, and they're all Jewish. But they don't want to tell you that. We call them anti-Semitic Iran protests because then they give you a picture of what they want you to think is happening. And this is Israel with your government justifying the removal of rights of Americans, many of which were happily cheering it on when Netanyahu screamed about how all of them were disgusting people. Your government, your supposed America First representatives were all screaming about how you shouldn't be able to represent your rights because Netanyahu said, yeah, that's Israel first.
What was your reaction to hearing that?
I don't know if you saw the protesters, which were despicable, by Union Station just a few blocks away, burning the American flag, putting up the Hamas flag, saying Hamas is coming. I mean,
No, that was something that was spray painted on a mural or a statue that nobody knows who did it, which makes zero sense with the context of what these Palestinian groups are fighting for. But let's just go ahead and blindly assume that's the reality, seeing how they all jumped on it and all of them are pointing to it. You know, like the other examples we've seen about Nazi signs that are clearly painted by agitators that we've proven that later down the line, or screams of chanting Jews are whatever, that we're going to kill the Jews like they said in the school, which turned out to be a lie. The Stefanik was pushing, even though the police officer told her it wasn't true. And then she went on to keep saying it. These people have an agenda. It's a very dark, disgusting agenda. And what they're doing is actually making Jewish people unsafe, lying about this stuff.
You know, what do I think? I think that was disgusting to do anything to support terror, right? This is, you know, there's one thing about speech.
Support terror. Don't you love how just terror? What does that even mean? Terror? Like being scared? He's talking about terrorism is what he's actually talking about. But this is this shorthand. They just go, the terror supporters. It doesn't mean anything, especially since these are people supporting, fighting against genocide, supporting a suppressed people for their self-determination, and doing so through majority, very political and nonviolent means. Now, I am, for quite frankly, almost entirely, but there are some fringe examples of people acting out in violence, so I wouldn't be dishonest about that. But if you want to be real, the overwhelming amount of violence, even proven by, in many cases, corporate media, have been the Zionists who are making them act out or throwing things at them, doing things at night to get them to react, then blaming them for the action, pretending they were stabbed in the eye, lying about things that we can prove didn't happen. But these people are, by the way, also getting lots of money from AIPAC, but we know that has nothing to do with it.
There's another thing about us supporting our enemies and terrorists and burning the American flag.
Yeah, but some of your colleagues were even holding up signs inside the chamber. One of them said guilty of genocide.
Yeah, because that's what everybody outside of you absolute uninformed morons and people in this country lying about it are actually saying, because the evidence is there, like we just heard the UN say today.
Was that the appropriate place for that kind of thing?
I don't think so, but the bottom line is...
Yeah, it was inappropriate. Let's let the genocidal maniac speak, because we don't want to be disrespectful to the genocidal maniac.
People have a right to disagree, and that's always welcome, and in the Congress.
Oh, it is, though, except if you do it this way, like this, or do it here, or have this kind of face. But otherwise, totally open to whatever you want.
But burning the American flag outside, on the streets, and putting up the Hamas flag, a terrorist organization which has killed Americans.
I mean, again, except the fact that it's funded by Israel and has been funded up until 2020 and well beyond, and is very clearly something that is, on and on and on. The election, the lies about the plurality versus majority, it's so disgusting that, quite frankly, I don't think this guy even knows what he's talking about. Like, it's just as likely that he knows he's lying because he's being paid or because of, threatened or whatever else. But half these people just don't care. They literally don't know anything else because they just go along to get along. That's what most of these politicians are. And it's been built like that because of people like the Israeli government or entities destroying this country that way, getting morons and lackeys and complete followers to put in position like we're seeing in countries around the world. This is, if we want to talk about the occupation or the infiltration, that's what we're seeing. Not Russia, not China, but an on-the-record, obvious, right in your face, Israeli infiltration of every aspect of this government. It's not racist. It's not about Jews or Israelis even. It's about a government and Zionist organizations that we literally have a Christian Zionist running this country right now, or, pretending to anyway. But yeah, let's not talk about the obvious. Let's talk about the narratives that we can't verify.
Continue to attack America and our allies, totally unacceptable. There's no question here about what this is about. These are people who wake up every day looking to ensure that that democracy no longer exists. And
oh, is that what's happening? Oh, you're right. They wake up every morning and they go, "How can I destroy democracy today?" Like, who are these people? Who are these people? Him. Like, who is this guy? Who is so stupid to stand up and broadly say an entire group of people, multifaceted with different opinions, are just, they wake up every day and they talk about destroying democracy? Like, that's a cartoon. That's insultingly stupid. But this is what's happening. They're aiming at the lowest common denominator. And in fact, day by day, in some cases, making people more stupid. It perfectly works with our ridiculous school system that pumps out ignorant followers. That's what they're trying to create, guys. It's not hard to see. The Prussian system that goes back a long way with a P, Prussian. It's a reality of the system designed to pump out people that are obedient workers. It's countries based on these things. Our medical system is based on a triage system. And this is not hard to prove. Comes from wartime. It's about getting it fixed just enough to get you back out on the field, not solve your problems.
So, I have no patience for that. And I'll tell you this, what you saw yesterday and people coming together and saying, we've got to get the 5 American hostages home. Because to me, that's what, let's not forget that, including one of my constituents from Tenafly, New Jersey.
Yep.
And let's ignore the 600 plus American Palestinians or just Americans that were there in Gaza beforehand. We don't talk about those Americans because he only cares about Israeli Zionist Americans. That's it. Every other, the Palestinian, who cares about those? So it's not about, these are not even about American. This is an American politician who doesn't care about all Americans. He only cares about one type of American. So it really doesn't have anything to do with American at all. It has to do with Israel. That's not my opinion, guys. It's self-evident. We're talking about 600 plus people that are there. And again, some of these aren't Palestinian Americans. These are just Americans that are there. I don't think their lives are any more important than anybody else. He clearly does on one side versus the other.
Don Alexander, right? He's been 293 days in captivity as a hostage.
And by the way, many of which have been killed by Israeli bombings. We don't talk about that, though.
Right? 44 Americans were killed on October 7th. So let's not forget what's at stake here and how much is at stake. But that's why the ultimate goals remain the same. Get the hostages home, crush Hamas and the terror.
Yeah, even though Netanyahu has been called out by his own people, by his own media, for literally sabotaging exactly what he's pretending you're all trying to do. I guarantee he's seen those headlines, unless he's absolutely, completely inept, which is possible. So the point is that they all know that. So this is all a lie, knowing that you're continuing to even put the people you just talked about at risk. But yet he stands up here, takes his AIPAC money, and just pretends everything. That's what politicians do. They lie.
Make sure we get humanitarian aid more into the region.
Yeah, except that's the obvious opposite of what's happening. And Israel knows that, and they just got called out for it by the UN. But keep lying, bud. Take that money.
It was talked about yesterday, even though Hamas continues to steal the aid, to use innocent
because Israel said that's why
Palestinians as human shields, right? So
we literally just got another example of Israel tying another person to the front of their truck. But tell me if I'm wrong. I have yet to see a single example of a Hamas member doing that, or any example of Hamas human shields being used, and I don't doubt that it would happen. But weird how there's no evidence, even though we've seen, I think, 8 now or 7 examples just post October 7th, where they were literally on the record doing that, marching them in front of them with a gun behind them, putting them on top of a car, over and over and over. But this guy just goes through the motions. These are not people that are on the side of America.
So again, these are terrorists, and we need to do everything we can to stop them.
Terrifying. And here again, he talks about the idea of burning the flag, right? But then he says, graffitied Hamas is coming, which I'm convinced was not these people. Underneath it says like America with 3 Ks in it. Like, are we really pretending these people who are out there, like, this is even in the context of the way you view the left-right paradigm. Are you pretending these are lefties out there writing KKK? Are you guys that stupid? Like, it's just so dumb how obvious this stuff is. The point is, it goes on to say, and vowed to kill Jews, clearly crossed the line. So that didn't happen. That's just added because that makes the story sound crazy. Oh my God, they threatened to kill Jews. They keep doing that. Are we really pretending they stood out there and publicly were like, we promise and vow? And they always use the word vow. We vow to kill the Jews. It's just not happening. It's so cartoonishly stupid. And I guarantee there are people out there, even in this group to some degree, that feel that way because that's the way the world works. You take any group, you will find an example for the most part. I mean, like a large group. But the point here is that's not what the reality is of what any of these protests are about. But you get U.S. politicians who actively speak out against Americans' constitutional rights. That is the main point of this. Influence from a foreign country that makes American politicians act against American interests. That's the headline. Everywhere you look. And if you only care about it from one side or you don't care because Israel's involved, then you are not in the interest of America. Here is an important point to make about the right trying to hide something important. And I think this is important around some of the conversation. I mean that from some of the right, really. Like, so you have a lot going on in the left-right dynamic that the team sport politic level. This is what I've been saying lately. Then the liberals and conservatives that are usually kind of swayed by these sides. But at the end of the day, I think more and more are starting to question some of this stuff. My point is, I think you have the right of this, the team sport politics side, trying to convince the conservatives that this is, because a lot of that group sees what Israel's doing, sees the murder and genocide, because they're human beings with, compassion. And so what do? Well, they manufacture an illusion to make it look like, hey, guess what? Trump actually doesn't like Israel. It's all a 4D chess move. And they get things like this. Now, I'm not saying Pelham was doing that. Unfortunately, I think she just got played by, the video being out there. She thought this was somebody else, and so she shared it. My point is, the point is this video, she's saying this should be the entire world right now, which is Trump walking away from Netanyahu before shaking his hand. See? Pretty embarrassing at the time. This was 2017. It wasn't new. This didn't just happen. Someone even went as far as to blur the bottom thing out, so people did not know that. My point is, this is without question meant to try to trick Republicans into thinking Trump doesn't like Israel. Make sense of that for me. The only way that makes sense is because you have people in this paradigm recognizing their own side is seeing through the lie, so they want to throw you a bone. We pretend that if you can just think that he actually secretly hates Israel, and it's all going to it's the RFK point. He's going to get elected and he's going to turn it all around. Is he? So here's what I go on to say. I simply point that out, that this is actually 2017. I'm glad to see that happening. But Plato says, LOL, the right is being played absolutely. Here is the actual clip of when Netanyahu showed up recently. And I think this is Mar-a-Lago, right? When he welcomed into his own building, the guy committing genocide that everybody in the world can see. Here's what actually happened.
Now I'm honored. Come on. Come on. Got you the best part.
He's saying, now I'm honored. Now I'm honored.
Greatest dinner I've ever had.
Oh, the hug.
Please, let's make a... Great. Thank you.
Yeah. Quite a different picture, isn't it? So again, ask yourself why Republicans would pretend otherwise. And again, I'm only seeing Republicans share this, by the way. That's my point. Now, again, whether it was made by somebody on the left trying to trick them, the right has picked this up and it's been spreading this a lot. Here and then, I've thought I had a couple examples, but I just closed them because it wasn't important. But you can just search that video. It's all over the place. Now, here's another example of the same thing. Here's the rubber duck simply going, unless this is a cheap fake, it seems, I was going to say, by the way, before I forgot, this was circulating from one of those right-wing accounts. Oh, look at that. That wasn't there before. This video has been cut short to make it seem as though Trump avoided shaking hands. What's fun? That's the fact. See, this is the point about how dumb the way the system, look it up. It's from 2017. It is not new. So even this makes it seem as if he did walk away. And how much you want to bet that's because this is Twitter adding to the game. This is a bigger thing, in my opinion, guys. It's just my opinion. Who knows if it was all just random? I genuinely think this is Twitter playing its role in the agenda to get the right to think exactly what they want. They're being played right now. That's so crazy to me. I'm glad we saw that. But either way, the point to me, what I was going to say is that there are people that, it's weird. It's because of the weird granulation of the video, or it's like bad resolution. It does look strange. His face does look weird right here. Doesn't it? But it is him. It's easy to prove. It is him. What's funny is people underneath it who didn't want to believe that because they're Republicans who are blindly pro-Israel were like, that's not Trump. You're a liar. Or any variation of dismissals or denials that are wrong because that is him. But that's what happens. Blind rejection because it can't be. That's not what I know. But the Rubber Duck account goes on to say, it seems Donald Trump supports the Palestinians as publicly as he does Israel. That's not the truth, in my opinion. But he goes, I mean, he said so right to baby Netanyahu's face. Let's listen to that. Then you tell me what you think he's saying here.
We're saddened by the fate of the Palestinian people. They deserve a far better life. They deserve the chance.
Of course, with all the music in the background to try to make it seem,
chance to achieve their extraordinary potential. Palestinians have been trapped in a cycle of terrorism, poverty, and violence, exploited by those seeking to use them as pawns to advance terrorism and extremism.
Okay, yeah, sure. You could read that as talking about Netanyahu and Israel killing Palestinians, but that's not the reality, because that's not that. You can see the way he's been speaking about Israel. You can see now. Look, the point is this, in my opinion, and it is my opinion, but the point, you've already heard him promise to help Israel, to continue to help him finish the war, to kill Hamas. The point is that what that means is Hamas. The narrative is the same. We're protecting the Palestinians from the evil Hamas that's ruined their lives. So listen to it again in the context of Hamas being the culprit and Netanyahu's the one he's helping save them. That's what that is. But of course, it's being shared as if, they're trying to convince Republicans to think that he's secretly on the side of Palestinians, because it's all about politics. It's all about convincing you in the long-term game of, I think, the two-party illusion driving in certain agendas. That's what I believe this is really about. And lastly, on this segment, or actually this first part of the segment, we're going to get into the Trump part of it, the ear stuff. This is something that just went around. I just thought it was interesting. I think the answer to this clip is that nobody knows, other than Trump, obviously, but who knows whether he's going to give you the real answer about it. This is a clip where people, I think it was Sam Tripoli that got this a lot of attention, who simply shared it and goes, look, he says he's not a Christian. Well, Alex Cole, I think, was the first one to share it, saying, hey, MAGA, Trump just said he's not a Christian. Now, before I read what I said, let's listen to it.
And again, Christians, get out and vote just this time. You won't have to do it anymore. 4 more years, you know what? It'll be fixed. It'll be fine.
So what does that mean?
You won't have to vote anymore, my beautiful Christians. I love you, Christians. I'm a Christian.
Right. So you could clearly hear, it's a weird way to say it. I'm a Christian. Like, he doesn't say I'm a Christian. He goes, I'm a Christian. It's a weird thing to say, but certainly could be. I don't know. I mean, quite frankly, I think if you actually read his books or look at what he said in the past, he's obviously not a Christian, or he became one right before he became president. What a weird coincidence. And he's also a Democrat and whatever else. The guy's not what he projects what he wants you to think. He does that with left and right, guys. It's not hard to see. That's my opinion, obviously, but I think it's very easy to prove. But my point in this is that he very well could have said, I'm a Christian. Or maybe he said, I'm not, which would confuse me because I don't know why he would say that. But it's interesting the way people respond. The answers you get, come on, don't be so still. Obviously, he said this. Everyone's so certain about what their opinion is. My answers, we don't know. But you don't know. I don't know. Maybe he said both. Maybe he said neither. Who knows, guys? The point is what I said was interesting about this. That got all the attention. I simply said, I frankly find the claim that we won't have to vote again in 4 more years, that it'll be fixed, a bit more interesting. It's a strange thing to say, isn't it? It's like, look, I don't believe all of the hype that the left makes up about Trump, about him being literal Hitler and all the stuff. They lie about what he says all the time, just like the right lies about Biden. Is the same thing. And each of them are, in some cases, true and some level about him being senile and Biden and Trump being a, whatever the narrative is about him these days. But, it's not like he's a Hitler or white supremacist, but the guy is a war criminal like the rest of them, guys. But the point is that what he's saying right there is basically what they say he's going to do. Become a dictator and take it away. Now, I'm not saying that's what he meant. Maybe there's a weird way he says weird things all the time. I'll say that in a minute about the Bitcoin conference. The stuff he said, that speech was ridiculous. In fact, it was very patronizing, and most of the people we were around at the conference thought he was ridiculous. Bitcoin went down like 3 or 4% when he was speaking, which is pretty indicative of what the larger community thinks. And it was very American focused, even though most people here were I'll get into it in a second. The point here is that he could have meant something else, but what he says is pretty, like, the words mean very clear things. Listen again.
Christians, get out and vote just this time. You won't.
What do you mean just this time too? I mean, it's a very actively politically active base, which is Christians in general.
You don't have to do it anymore. 4 more years. You know what?
You won't have to do it anymore. So you could argue right there he meant sort of like in 4 more years you'll vote again. But why would you say it like that? It's a very, like, again, how about the idea that he's trolling the left? That's also possible, or anybody else that wants to read into that. And the way I read that, by the way, is not the trolling the left. He's trolling everybody. That is about trying to troll everybody into thinking one thing or the other to drive you into the camps. That's what he's done. I think somebody was just making this point. Like, he's like the sheepdog herding everybody right into the two-party illusion. That's kind of what our conversation is going to be about with Derek. So what he could have meant, he say you want to vote again in hopes that you buy that part, but then instead in 4 more years, so people that want to defend him will be like, no, right there, he meant 4 more years. That's how he's an expert of putting it right down the middle. I've said this so many times.
You won't have to do it anymore. 4 more years. You know what? It'll be fixed. It'll be fine.
Now that adds a little bit more to it. Now again, this is interesting. This is such a small point. It's not important to the larger conversation. But think about that, unless he genuinely means he's going to do something like that. What do you mean fixed? What will be fixed? Like, how do you even make sense of that? What will be fixed? It'll be fine. So no, not in 4 more years. Or he said, I want to vote again. Or what he said, not in.
You won't have to do it anymore. 4 more years.
You don't have to do it anymore, which is it's pretty continuous. 4 more years.
You know what? It'll be fixed. It'll be fine. You won't have to vote anymore, my beautiful.
See, then that's how he ends with it. It'll be fixed. It'll be fine. You won't have to vote anymore. Like, who says that? Like, you go in, if you're going to vote for this election, you don't say you have to vote anymore. Who goes back and votes? I mean, in the context of the conversation of what we actually know happens, lying and voting multiple times, usually aimed at the left, even though it's everyone. But that's not really what he's talking about. That wouldn't even make sense to the conversation. You want to vote again? Like, I don't know. The whole thing just seems muddled and confusing, and definitely could mean exactly what it sounds like. But Trump is known for his rambling, nonsensical things. So it's interesting. So it's one of those things, like we've said, nobody knows for sure. So you label it, you mark it, you hold it somewhere, and you just go forward. You don't start making up stories to feed your narratives like the two-party illusion wants you to, because it's not definitive. We don't know. That's the answer. But I do find it interesting. Now, on that conversation, this is one thing we're going to get into first before we get into the ear conversation. So we went to this is his name is now Hakeem, but we interviewed him in the past under the name Ramiro. He's the backer of the above phone, which I'm going to try to get. I'm so mad at myself for not leaning into that before. It's the privacy phone aspect, the non-Googled phone. I've had it for a while, and I'm just busy. There's a lot going on, and that's not an excuse. I'm mad at myself. You guys should kick me for that. I should have done this a long time ago, and I'm going to try to move into a privacy computer, a phone, and all this stuff. And I'm sure we can get into it in the future about, like, if he's even said that, if you guys in the audience end up wanting to get some of these things, I can have an affiliate code and so on, but I'll have it in the bottom. I don't like to lean into that stuff usually, but the point would be that these are things we all should lean into, the privacy direction. But that's a different conversation. The point is just to show you who I'll be playing an interview with probably tomorrow, both him and Derek in the studio. But we were at the conference, and it was, I mean, quite frankly, I think that the entire thing, I know a lot of people are very, very scattered about the idea of crypto in general or blockchain in general. I'm of the same mind I've always been, that I'm very skeptical of all of it and the way it goes forward. But I until it's definitively shown to me that every aspect of this is a problem, I think that it's always open, like the internet, to be used against what they're trying to create. Like Monero and these privacy direction coins, right? Or things like that, where it doesn't seem to fit in the structure that they're trying to force on you. So it realistically could be used to push back against that. Now, I'm not blindly saying that. I don't know. And I'm very skeptical about all of it. But I think it's dangerous to just box yourself out of something that they're building either way, it seems, which I hope we can stop it, but it doesn't seem to be the reality. My point in saying that is that clearly there's a foundation to this whole thing, Bitcoin or just crypto in general, that is very clearly rooted in liberty and freedom and decentralization, like the opposite of top-down governance. And yet this whole thing has turned into just money, politics, control, infrastructure. It's not, to me, it is insultingly contradictory to what this was really, at least we were told, about to begin with. So it's just sad. It's sad to go there and to feel it's just all about schmoozing and politics. And it just, which, these always tend to be to some degree. There were some good things, definitely. And there's a lot of good people there that are still fighting for the right things, in my opinion, anyway. And, I met Mir One there, by the way. I hope he was saying he possibly would want to write for TLAV. And she's responsible for some of the best, kind of independent media, whatever you want to call it, art. Some of the one, I'm sure you've all seen some different examples. But there's definitely some smart, good people there that really are trying to do this for the right reasons, I would argue. But that said, as well as Trump's speech, by the way, which I was going to tell you about, it was insulting, and people that were there, like the main point to end with is that, so he made a lot of really ridiculous statements. It's all the same thing as we were laughing about. His speeches are all the same, right? The previous thing was the worst ever. The thing I'm going to do is the best ever. That's always how that goes. And it's always these kind of meandering down the middle, never really definitive things. I've got the plan. We're going to change this. It'll be better than ever. It'll never be that way again. Same old hyperbolic statements every single time. That's what I'm thinking to myself. There's so many intelligent people here. Anybody with half a brain can hear what he's saying and be like, well, that's kind of stupid. Like he's aiming at the lowest common denominator. Now, hey, it's better than Biden not being able to speak at all, but they're both the same thing, in my opinion. But the bottom line is that at the end, it was just wildly patronizing. It was clear he doesn't know much about cryptocurrency, and he was using this to benefit himself politically, talking about Ross, which I hope he pardons, really commutes the sentence of Ross Ulbricht, right? I'm suddenly blanking on his name. In the context of the Silk Road, that was one thing he promised, right? And I hope he does it, but to me, it just seems like I doubt it will happen. It's all about trying to get people to support him from within this community. He ended by basically saying, have fun playing with your cryptocurrency. That's actually what he said, which is it's just so wildly patronizing. And quite frankly, my opinion is that Trump doesn't know much about it, so he feels insecure, so he does something like that. That's what petty, small people do. That's my opinion, which I'm guarantee is going to anger all the Republicans out there that want to believe in this person. But let's not pretend I'm supporting the other side. They're all stupid and all trying to trick you, which is why they tend to kind of, anyway. So this was an interesting time. Now, before we get into the ear conversation, which I did try to get pictures of while I was there, this is something happening today. And as I was putting this out, apparently people commented saying this is really common, which I'm only kind of blown away about, by the way. So I wasn't sure if this had something to do with the actual Bitcoin conference or not. But basically, as this person says here, these crypto scam ads or streams are been going on for years, which is crazy. So YouTube allows this. I noticed this. It says I wrote, there's a massive scam taking place on YouTube right now. I do not want to provide the link, which I'll show it to you, but actually I think it might be in the show notes. I got to delete it. But it says, because I don't want anyone to fall for this, by the way. And I don't want to be responsible for claiming I somehow spread the link that got you to click on some crypto scam. But it says, but there are numerous accounts. One actually appears to be the Bitcoin magazine, streaming what appears to be an AI Elon Musk or a deep fake, asking viewers to scan their QR codes and double their crypto, which is a classic scam with audio dubbed over audience questions. I'll play it for you. Millions are watching across multiple streams, but AI or deepfake Elon just keeps repeating the same thing. What the hell? What is this? It's crazy to me. Now, what's really interesting is that this does, again, I'll show it to you right here. This one appears to be Bitcoin Magazine, which it only has 11,000 subscribers, but it has this little check next to it that says verified. I mean, is that not Bitcoin? I think that's really crazy. So if that's the case, then they're literally sharing. I'm not going to say that because I don't know whether this is their real account. It could be a fake account. I don't know. But it's very strange to me that this is happening at all. And by the way, it appears to still be live. Yeah, this is still going. This is still live. Now, what you'll notice is look, it just glitched right. It's the same thing over and over. He's saying, and I'll play what I recorded for you. It's literally the same thing on repeat where he's going, download this app and scan your code and it's very AI. You can clearly tell. And the questions are dubbed over from the audience, pretending to be Bloomberg and whoever else. And here's the actual search for it, as you can see. I mean, look at this. You got all these. My point was, and this is way down from before, there's 56,000 people watching this right now on YouTube. And they're lying about it. They're saying Bitcoin conference, Nashville, day 2. That was either yesterday or the day before. But they're claiming that's right now. So they're tricking people into going into this. And there was a whole thing while we were there about some secret special guest that Trump was supposed to bring out that never happened. They was delayed by an hour, by the way, which screwed up everybody's timing. Just typical Trump. And then no special guest ever came. But everybody was hinting at the fact that it was Elon Musk, who apparently did land in Nashville, or rather Memphis, but was for some Olympics thing, I guess, is what we were told. But see, look, here's the other one. Same thing. Both same title, 123,000 people watching that. There's many of them. This is on Bitcoin Magazine 9.9, or at least one of these named that. So my guess would be this is somehow a scam using the name Bitcoin Magazine, because I'm not trying to call them out. It looks like a scam, but it's weird that it has their name and the check verified and everything. Here's the clip I'll play for you. Now, again, apparently this is common, but how is this being allowed by Elon, by YouTube? It's still going. This has been going on for, 4 hours? More than that even. Check this clip out.
Our specialists are always in touch and ready to help. So friends, don't waste time. Scan the QR code, make deposits, and enjoy how your crypto assets double. This is our gift to you in honor of the Tesla Cybertruck 2.0 launch. Thank you all for being here, and forward to new heights with Tesla.
Seems to be like a 4-minute thing where they just keep cycling round and round.
Scan the QR code again. This chance to double your assets is waiting for you. Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Musk. I'm Brian Fisher from Bloomberg.
Now, if you zoom in, it's very clearly dubbed over. So somebody deliberately very clearly did this, and he's claiming to be from Bloomberg. So if you're this guy from Bloomberg, if that maybe is you from different conference, they're pretending to be you with an audio dub over. It's very, very strange.
Hello, Mr. Musk. I'm Brian Fisher from Bloomberg. I wanted to ask you how you came up with this idea of distributing cryptocurrency and what motivated you.
Of course, friends, I want to tell you a little more about how I came to this idea. I have always strived to find new ways.
It's just so fake. Like, obviously, like the way he's talking, the cadence, the response, everything.
To combine innovation and opportunities for our users. At Tesla, we are always thinking about how to make your life better and more interesting. And today we are implementing another such idea, a unique crypto giveaway that allows you to double your wealth. The website you will go to by scanning the QR code is absolutely safe and does not require registration or verification.
I'm telling you guys, it just goes on and on and on. Well, I'm sure some of you are like, yeah, we know this is not new. But for some people that don't see this, I mean, look, this is the same thing. Maybe you can hear it. It's so strange. So I really don't understand how that's allowed. Like, if you were Elon Musk, wouldn't you freak out about that? People have tagged him already. I mean, my worry about this, I mean, it very well could just be a scam. People pretending to be Bitcoin Magazine, pretending to be all these, pretending to be Nashville conference, and scamming hundreds of thousands of people with lots of money. And that YouTube apparently has been told about this for years, doesn't care. So what that worries me is that this is not a run-of-the-mill scam. That this is something much larger than that. Maybe scooping away crypto from people as they roll you into something else. But using Elon, using the Nashville conference, using the Trump angle, like, this is really creepy to me. I don't know. Maybe I'm just reading too much into it. But I first and foremost wanted to warn people, because this is apparently going on all day and no one cares. This has been streaming for 12 hours. You're telling me, so YouTube will take you down in seconds based on some claim of something going on in Israel, but 12 hours of a provable scam and nothing? 76,000 people watching just this one show. My God. Everything's a scam. It's just so crazy to me. And then I wanted to play this one clip, one thing from what Edward Snowden said at the conference, which I do find very important. And it's an important statement for a larger direction that I think is pretty much beyond partisanship. And I agree with him here.
If you stand out, you are going to become non-normative.
Whether you are left or right is the point.
Or rather anomalous. What I am afraid is likely to happen quite quickly, all of the transaction information that they can get Well, the Bitcoin blockchain is available for anyone for free at any time, right? And how do you train these models? You need learning sets. You need training data. You need data sets.
And what fills that role? Twitter, Palantir, JD Vance, Thiel, Rumble, the whole overlap. Not to say that that's explicitly what but specifically Palantir, Twitter, these are exactly what they've told you they're doing. Machine learning, they're taking these the platforms and using them to develop their tech. So listen again to what he's saying. You stand out, this is what's going to happen to you.
Normative, or it doesn't matter whether you're conservative. If you stick out, if you stand out, you are going to become non-normative, or rather anomalous. What I am afraid is likely to happen quite quickly, all of the transaction information that they can get, well, the Bitcoin blockchain is available for anyone for free at any time, right? And how do you train these models? You need learning sets. You need training data. You need data sets. So they're going to pull everything they can. They're going to feed it through these things, and they're going to try to teach them originally. I think this is going to be the easiest thing. What does a normal transaction look like? You know, what do 95% look like? And then they're just going to go, what is anomalous? What is strange? What is unusual? What doesn't quite fit? And then they're going to go from that's a 5% probability down to a 3% probability, then try to get it smaller and smaller and smaller until they can just basically have people that are getting reports spit out on their desk, little, chat messages to their terminal, basically. They're saying, this just happened, this just happened, this just happened. Do you want to continue? And that banking officer is going to get a click OK to continue on your life, on your ability to transact.
Now, in case you're missing the first, so what he's highlighting is that they're using these models to using machine learning and algorithms and artificial intelligence to train them to basically decide whether these transactions meet what they argue is normal, whatever model they create. And the more they do it, the more they'll get fine-tuned down to small percentages. So then ends up, whatever that means, whether you're not using your digital ID, whether you're using it anonymous crypto, whatever. To the point to where at most people fall into line, and then you're going to have groups like he's talking about that sit there with the computer and they go, do you approve? And that's going to be you trying to trade Monero. That's going to be you trying to access something on your bank account without your ID. And they're going to go, no, you don't. And eventually when too many things happen, you're now denied, right? So you are boxed out of this. That's what he's talking about. Now, we have plenty of reasons to be skeptical about his intentions or whatever else, but he knows what he's talking about. And I agree, whether he says it or not, that this is where we are going. And if we all just pretend that Elon's saving everything because he's on the right side, you're going to blindly step right into that panopticon and you will not be able to go back. Right? And again, this is not some hypothetical conspiracy theory. They're telling you they're doing this. It's on the surface for your safety, of course, for sustainability, for equitable, like this. It's all the same stuff, of course, only lobbed the left, but the point is the right is now being tricked into it from different angles. This is why it's so important to see through all of this. I mean, you can still be a conservative or liberal, have the same ideology. The problem is just don't get played based on these wedge issues they're using against you. Care about the issue, just recognize the Trojan horse around it, like the SAVE Act. The Real ID Act within it, it's pushing you towards digital IDs.
Your ability to trade. This happened, this just happened, this just happened. Do you want to continue? And that banking officer is going to get a click OK to continue on your life, on your ability to transact, on your ability to trade. It's not just going to be Bitcoin. It's going to be Visa. It's going to be MasterCard. It's going to be everywhere. It's going to be PayPal. Right? Whether you're subscribing to an OnlyFans account or something like that, which is a very common thing, but something that a lot of people aren't going to admit to. They're not going to be proud of, right? That's going to start making these institutions go, oh, do we want to continue our business association with these people? Is there a brand risk?
For the podcast, since I find this, it's always important to note, this has been edited. This is a clip together, different separate parts of his speech, but it is his speech. And I actually think he does a good job with the context, but just so you know, it is edited.
I think we really need to think about how do we secure the transactions on the Bitcoin network moving forward. I have said this for 10 years. I have been ignored for 10 years. Well, we're running out of runway. And again, right now, every time you're on this network, and I love this network, I've used it many times, you are going to be adding to the data set. The space for everyone else to have any kind of private interaction diminishes.
Right. So it's not the most popular thing to say at the Bitcoin conference, right? So that's Edward Snowden at the Bitcoin conference in Nashville, 2024. Because really what he's highlighting is that it has its positive directions, but it's clearly leading to a negative thing. And this is the thing. If you can't, and this is why I actually feel that he is coming from a good place with this, and because it's, in my opinion, highlighting the two-party illusion of it all. The ultimate point is that this is being used against you. And I think that's really important to hear, the whether you're conservative or not. It's like Whitney said with Main Core and the conversation about it, if you really want to highlight a group, it's going to be gun owners and constitutionalists, mostly on the right. And that's because of what the right is doing along with the left. It's about your government. So here I'll include this discussion we did about the SAVE Act, Real ID, and ID 2020, using the two-party illusion and the election to usher in digital IDs, as well as a lot of other things. So you can check that out for yourself. Now, let's talk about the ear anomaly. Again, you didn't hear what I said at the beginning. Of all the things we're talking about in this conversation, this is by far the least important. But it's always important in regard to whether you're being lied to, whether it is leading to a bigger agenda, which is kind of where I see that is this potentially being overlapped with because of the way the assassination attempt conversation is being used and the way people are responding to this. It's read the comments under this to just have a hell of a laugh. As I put this out on the 24th, because the Gateway Pundit put out an article, even the main picture's fuzzy. It's just weird, where it was intentionally bad resolution, which I'll even show you. So it's important to make sure you know that this is the same image. It's kind of, but this one's the best one, but it's still kind of fuzzy. And this one, you can see this painting behind him, which I'll compare in a second. And they're all just out of focus. It's very strange because I was able to find the main image, which is this, which is to make it clear, you can see that there's the children, the painting behind him. Here's the angle of that shot right there. So this is the same interview. And Gateway Pundit is saying the same thing. First photos of his ear without bandages. Now, what you'll see, even though I do link this down beneath, as I say, here's the Gateway Pundit, half of them are saying, he has a bandage on. The other half are saying, he has stitches, even though his son publicly said he doesn't have stitches. Or they're saying, that's not him, or you're lying, or it's before. None of which are true, just because they just can't accept that looks strange to me. Now, all I said was, here's a picture of him without the bandage. What do you think? That's all I said. Genuinely with no weird intention. I'm just curious what everybody else thinks because it's anomalous. Now, what I've said looking forward, my point is that it doesn't appear that it looks like the injury you would expect, which doesn't then have to mean what you think I mean by that. I don't know what I mean. Like, I don't know what I think at this point, even right now. I've given you my thoughts on it. It's clear there's inconsistencies. If you want to theorize, again, I've already said this in past shows, if he doesn't have the injury you'd expect, that could mean that he wasn't shot at, that they lied about it, it was manufacturer's benefit. It could mean that he was shot and missed, they lied about the shot, or it could mean that there was a second shooter dynamic, or there's so many different angles to this. But all of that seems to go out the window if he doesn't have an injury. So let's look at this for a second, right? So here is what Jason Bassler put out on the 27th. He says, just look at the size of that hole in his ear. Oh, wait, this is from The Independent. And it says, without an ear bandage. I mean, and look at, and this is also from a weird angle, not that close, but agree. So this is the 27th. Okay, so we're talking, 14 days? There would be a scar, or rather, a scab or something. Now, look, again, the point that I should have said a second ago when I'm giving you the possibilities, you could have barely nicked his ear. But the whole argument we keep getting, and I'm going to read to you from the Associated Press, where his own doctor says a 2-centimeter hole in his ear, which clearly isn't the case, and I'm going to get to the closer pictures in a second. How does that line up? And all of the audience was the one talking about, first it was, that's the right amount of blood. And I said, no, I argue ears would bleed more. And then Trump went on to say in his own speech that ears bleed a lot. And then the narrative shifted. And then suddenly I was right, but I'm wrong about this. And it's just, people are following along with what they're supposed to say and think. Bottom line was it didn't add up. But that doesn't have to mean that it's all fake. It could. That's one of the possibilities. And of course, the same thing, people lost their minds. And I love what he says here. The party told you to project the evidence of your eyes and your ears. It was their final, most essential command. That's from 1984 or George Orwell. Very interesting how this overlaps. But yeah, he goes, do you see a hole, damage, a scab? I don't. You guys can decide for yourselves. Here's our high-impact flicks doing the same thing. He says it's a perfect ear, a fantastic ear. Some might even say a WWE ear. He's playing on Trump the way he would speak. People are such suckers. Now, look, you can see the same thing. It's also still kind of out of focus, but it does not appear to be what you would expect after any one of the narratives a week later or 2 weeks later. And realize my point was you already had these images to some degree well before that showed similar things, but they all debated about whether you could see something. And this is how people responded. This person says, okay, clown boy. You know, the typical logical response you expect from a two-party illusionist. He says, all I know is I do not believe he used a prop or that it was a false flag set up by Trump. Do situations like this exist? Yes. Was this one of those? No. You got to love that, right? So you don't want to be seen as the guy that dismisses that because this is the right. You're okay with accepting that the left does this kind of stuff and lies and false flags, right? But is this that? No. Okay. Present your counter evidence. The counter evidence is he said so, and that's what the narrative is. It's amazing how suddenly the narrative is your evidence, but it's just, they must know internally how dumb this is. Not to say that means that high and black flicks is right, but it clearly must mean in their mind that they know they're being hypocritical to side with Trump. But he goes, no, I get it. His ear looks fine. Okay, well, you don't seem to. He goes, Trump also did not need stitches, so one would assume it would be healed nicely. Now you're leading into what might make it make sense. Okay, but let's go a little further. Maybe that makes sense. Maybe the stitches didn't need them, so it was a nick, and so that means it's already healed. But do you think any injury would heal with nothing to be seen after wearing a bandage and what they said was bruising and whatever else with nothing? Here's another response. If they were going to stage an ear injury, he says that we all saw happen on live TV, they'd keep the ruse going and leave the bandage on. Yeah, you're probably, that is a logical thing to say, assuming you know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why you think you know what's going on. That's a very binary way of looking at it. If that was the case, this would be the way. That's like saying, if it was a conspiracy theory, somebody would have said something. It's like these same old things you hear. And maybe that's the truth, maybe not. But things like this are just narrative managers, whether they know it or not. And then here's another response. Oh, and this person, this is what I keep telling you. Old photo, nice try. So why would you respond like that? It's not an old photo, it's new. Because this person is convinced that he's lying about it. Because here's what's interesting. Based on that response, that means they think that ear is also suspicious, but they just can't be the right ear because that's not what Trump said. Old. No, it's new. And then this guy follows up. Okay, not old then? Well, it's a Photoshop. You've been fooled, sucker. No, it's not. It's definitely not Photoshop. But it's funny how people will desperately flail out in whatever makes their narrative make sense, which shows you that somewhere inside they know that they're being played. Oh, that's just the same one. And then here is the Associated Press, which we're going to read some from. This is ultimately why I want to talk about this, because this, if I didn't have this, I probably wouldn't have gotten this today. So it says from the Associated Press, the FBI says Donald Trump was struck in the ear by a bullet during the July 13th assassination attempt. To clarify, Crazy Fennec says they have some explaining to do given the ear has no apparent damage. These are the photos from the Netanyahu visit. This is Associated Press. Okay, you tell me what you see right there. I don't see anything. Now, the hair might be right in the way on where, it depends on where you think, and this is funny, by the way, just like with the Crooks thing, everyone seems to point at a slightly different spot on his ear, everybody. I think what we know is that it was right where his hair is touching his ear. Based on what we've seen, been told in a conversation, most of the evidence suggests top right back of the ear. So, but the point is that seems weird. I guess maybe right there in this little spot you could see, but it's, I don't know. You guys can decide for yourselves. And this person says, I see it. It was a small nick that bled a lot because ear tissue bleeds a lot, except that's what they pushed back on when I said that first because it wasn't a lot of blood. Right? I said, I know ear injuries bleed more than that. And everyone's like, you're a liar. That's not true. And then he said it out loud and then it goes, no, but it is. And this is why it's small. It's just so funny how the two-party illusion responds to these things. But is that what that's what I was pointing at. Is that what that is? That's what you want to see. It could be. Certainly could be. Here's a better shot. Oops. Okay, well, now we can see that there's not really something there. I see a little bit of a glossy part of his ear, but that doesn't seem to suggest even remotely. And this is the same shot, by the way, just a better resolution. Does that look like what you would expect from any bullet nicking or otherwise hitting your ear? I don't think so, guys. I just don't. That's just being objective. That's not to say that I'm then using that to claim it was all fake. I honestly don't know. Everything about this thing seems almost deliberately inconsistent. So anybody objective is left going, well, I don't know. Everything seems to be aiming in the different direction. Where he was shooting from, how many shooters, what they were, how many shots were fired, where they were located. I mean, everything about this has seemed to have been muddied on purpose. So here, oh, and this is just somebody doing the same thing, saying, pinch in and you can see the bruised area. Oh, so now it's just bruised? The angle is a little bit off. See? But the other lady was pointing down here, saying, oh, you can see it right there. It's just desperate, I think, to try to make this make sense. Decentered News did a good little breakdown here, saying new photos of Trump's ear without the bandage have been coming out over the past 48 hours or so, after he announced at the event on Friday night that he had just taken off the bandage. Here's the shot of his ears in general. I mean, quite frankly, I don't see anything, guys. Maybe right there, a tiny little thing. But, if this is what we're talking about, maybe just a little nick of his ear. I mean, that's certainly possible, right? I mean, genuinely tiny, just barely touching his eye. That is possible. But that's not really what we're being told. And this is what I'm getting to in regard to the narrative of what Associated Press is writing, which means that they either embellish the story for his benefit, which then would sort of be a small little false flag narrative, or I guess what would be the alternative? That the corporate media is making it up for some reason, or the agenda is that they want to, that could be some all-encompassing government lie. I mean, I don't know. That's the answer. But he says, this is him, Decentered News quoting him, as I think you can see, I've recovered well. So he addresses it like that. That is super suspicious to me. And in fact, he just took off the last bandage of my ear. I just got it off. I took it off for this group. Trump at the Believers Summit on the 26th. So 12 days. 12 days later, not a mark. Not that I can see. He says, from the Bitcoin 2024 conference in Nashville on Saturday. Now, I don't think that's where it was from. I believe this was a little, maybe with the background. But the point is it was posted under that on the 27th. So at the very least from the 27th, if not before, which would only make the point more. And it says, this one's also from that conference, comparing the two. Then it says, boarding his plane at Palm Beach International. Out of focus, but, or rather just resolution, but it doesn't seem to show anything. Same thing. Oh, this was what I was talking about. Both have AP on it. Nothing, man. I don't see anything. Okay, so keep all that in mind. Let's take a look at what Associated Press said. It says, quote, what struck former President Trump in the ear was a bullet, and this is coming from the FBI, whether whole or fragmented into smaller pieces fired from a deceased subject's rifle. Okay, well, clearly there are people disputing whether that's where these shots came from. So that's weird, that they made that point. But either way, if it's a fragment, well, that's not really a bullet, guys. You could argue it's a shrapnel, which is what they first came out with. But they're saying they're coming out with this because a lot of the media went out and was like questioning whether it was a bullet. When what he did is he said it was either a fragment or shrapnel is what he said, right? The very first time. But the whole thing would be then why was this whole narrative spun about the bullet hitting his ear, which is what Trump keeps saying, and maybe he thought that. I don't know, but it seems interesting. But he goes on to say the article goes on to say the one sentence statement from the FBI marked the most definitive law enforcement account of Trump's injuries and followed ambiguous comments earlier in the week from Director Wray that appeared to cast doubt on whether he had actually been hit by a bullet. The comment drew fury from Trump and his allies. And that the response is also very telling, and further stoked conspiracy theories that have flourished on both sides of the political aisle amid the dearth of information following the July 13th attack. Not from the government or any official source, mind you, but from individuals. It says, up until now, federal law enforcement agents involved in the investigation, including the FBI and Secret Service, had refused to provide information about what causes injuries. Anybody want to explain that? The guy's killed. There's only one suspect. As you heard in the middle of their testimony, there's not even a person they are aiming at. So the investigation with the person is he did it and he's dead. There's no evidence to suggest there's somebody else, as much as they're still looking. So the argument would be that there is no reason to keep this from, and that was called out in Congress. Why would they refuse to even say what caused it? This is what makes me think this is bigger than a Trump doing it for himself or a partisan thing. If that's the reality. Again, genuinely saying that. In the sense that this was something other than just the shooting. Trump's campaign has also declined to release medical records from the hospital where he was first treated or to make the doctors there available for question. Doesn't that seem weird? Because the only thing they claim they've released is what they got from the guy he knows, which doesn't have to mean it's a lie, but I also find that a little bit strange. He says updates have instead come either from Trump himself or from Trump's former White House doctor, Ronnie Jackson. A staunch ally, by the way, which in and of itself should make you, it doesn't have to be some massive conspiracy, but if he's an ally, he's going to say what benefits Trump. This game we played that they just wouldn't do that, they all lied to you. But now he's a representative in Congress, which makes it even more likely, by the way, in Texas. It says, though Jackson has been treating Trump since the night of the attack, which, again, that seems to be kind of an ongoing thing. That seems strange. You go to the guy who's on your side and nobody else gets it. It's weird. Now, he went immediately to that one hospital, but then as we heard, he won't allow them to speak or won't release the records. I find that strange. It says he has come under considerable scrutiny and is not Trump's primary care physician. That's Ronnie Jackson. Now, it says Trump appeared Friday for the first time without a bandage on his ear. Photographs and video showed no sign of continued bleeding and no distinct holes or gashes. That's a very big anomaly with what you're about to hear in this article that Ronnie Jackson claims it left a 2-centimeter hole. His campaign and law enforcement officials declined to answer questions about his condition or the treatment he received. All of this seems pretty strange to me. Why would you do any of that? Now, there very well may be an answer that makes sense. But just asking that seems unusual. But he goes on to say, but the first medical account of Trump's condition didn't come until a full week after the shooting, when Ronnie Jackson, released his first letter last Saturday evening. In it, he said the bullet that struck Trump had, quote, produced a 2-centimeter wide wound that extended down to the cartilage surface of the ear. I don't know how in the world we pretend that makes sense with what we just saw. Now, of course, you could argue Ronnie just embellished to make Trump look like a war hero or whatever. That wouldn't even surprise me. But then what we're identifying is a lie that is about his ear injury. So if you care about the lie, we should care about it wherever it shows up, right? If that's what you're seeing. But let's look at this real quick. This right here for the podcast, I'm just showing up like a ruler. So this is the norm. That's 2 centimeters right there. Look at that. Look how big that is on an ear. That's the actual size of an online ruler right there. That's 2. The number 2 is 2 centimeters. That's like the size of your fingernail or bigger. That's a big hole for an ear. So let's look at this. How are you going to pretend that less than 2 weeks, it was 12 days, he's not even going to have a mark, let alone a 2-centimeter hole that goes down into the cartilage of his ear? Again, you can decide what you think that means. I'm just simply pointing out what appears to be a very obvious inconsistency. Could simply be a lie. It goes on to say, he also revealed Trump had received a CT scan. All of this should be something that somebody could get a hold of. Technically he's not even serving right now, so maybe not. Right? If he was in office, you could argue that there would be something that people would be able to FOIA or something, but I guess now he's a private citizen at the moment. It says federal law enforcement involved in the investigation, including the FBI and Secret Service, had declined to confirm that account. So they won't tell you what happened. Right up until now, won't tell you what the injury was, what happened. Now they're also declining to confirm any of it. Not even what Ronnie said, not what happened at the beginning. That's not some ongoing investigation thing, guys. That's weird. And to me, that doesn't sound like somebody who is against that. It sounds like somebody who's, if this is a manufactured lie, maintaining it. It says, and Ray's testimony offered apparently conflicting answers on the issue. Quote, there's some question about whether or not it's a bullet or shrapnel, which I don't really think adds debate. That's just media choosing to leave out the shrapnel part to manipulate their audience. But either way, bullet or shrapnel, if he's claiming left a 2-centimeter hole, is not seen right now. It says, quote, I don't know whether that bullet, in addition to it causing the grazing, could have also landed somewhere else. That's Ray saying that. How do you make sense of that? So if it's shrapnel Are you now saying the bullet definitely hit his ear, but shrapnel might have also hit somewhere? Like, that doesn't even line up with his first statement. Frankly, more I read this stuff, it seems like we're being played. But who knows to what end? And we shouldn't assume into whatever we think, because I don't think that's even remotely defined right now. It says, asked if the campaign would release those hospital records that everybody would want to see, or allow the doctors who treated him to speak about it. Guess what they did? They clutched their pearls and they said, how dare you? The Trump campaign spokesperson, Stephen Chang, blasted them for even asking. Doesn't that sound like what you'd expect on the left when they called them out for lying about stuff? And that's the way they cover it. Of course, we should ask questions, even if we're wrong about those questions, even if you think this is inappropriate. That's what you're supposed to do. And the response to say, how dare you, is what you usually get when somebody's covering something up. Now, it could also mean that they're just insulted by it. That's also possible. But that's kind of what you tend to get when there is something like that happening. It goes on to say, quote, the media has no shame in engaging in disgusting conspiracy theories. Guys, that's the right talking about the left. Weird how things seem to flip-flop, or rather teeter-totter, like I've been telling you forever. So those of you that have been following my show, like maybe just since COVID or something like that, this is one of the most obvious times of these examples I've been telling you. We're seeing this now happen in real time. It used to be much slower. Now suddenly they just on a dime. Democrats are going, it was all faked. It's conspiracy. The right's going, how dare you? How irresponsible. Isn't this cartoonish? The reality is everybody anywhere has a right to ask questions, no matter what you think about it. And yeah, we have a right to know. And the response of saying, that how dare you, is not the response you'd expect. What does the right usually say? Well, if there's no problem, then release them. You know, why not just show them to everybody? Well, there's no problem. Well, I agree with that, but it's funny how it only applies when you're arguing with the side you don't like. He says, the facts are the facts. Right, the ones that you won't let us see. Got it. And he says, and to question an abhorrent assassination attempt that ultimately cost a life and injured two others beyond the pale. Ah, and here's the classic ploy. We're just asking to see the hospital reports. For you to conflate that with saying this didn't happen is exactly what the government does every time. No, I'm just trying to find out whether this injection causes one thing. You're trying to doubt vaccines in general. Yep, every time. And now the right is doing the same thing. Now, I don't mean all conservatives. I mean the team sport politics right. I hope we are smart enough and objective enough to recognize that that is hypocritical. It says, it's sad some people still don't believe the shooting happened. Doesn't that sound like what we hear from the mainstream media about the right usually? Where they're going, like they're just conflating any criticism or doubt or question as you're doubting the whole thing? Like October 7th or 9/11 or any number of events? Yes. You know you see it. If you don't want to admit it to yourself, you know you see it. It says, even after one person was killed and others were injured. Okay, people died. That's sad. Of course it is. And anyone with a conscience cares about that. Now, there's still people doubting that. I think there's evidence points to that very clearly. But my point would be that just because people died does not mean we have no right to ask questions. The right would say that in the same way. Ask them about Sandy Hook or any number of conversations, but suddenly off limits because the facts are the facts. Really? Quite frankly, this is, how do I say this? I haven't had as much doubt about this, and that doesn't even make sense either. I've had doubt about this the whole time, but I've never had more doubt than I do right now because of this article. There you go. That makes sense. Anyone who believes the conspiracies, he added, quote, is either mentally deficient or willfully peddling falsehoods for political reasons. Oh, look at that. Now you're giving us a binary answer. You're either this or you're that. If you're doing this. Well, I'm not either of those things, and I'm just interested in the truth. Now the right is doing the same, because you know what? It's your government, guys. It's not the left. It's your government. He goes, quote, no, it was, unfortunately, a bullet that hit my ear, says Trump, and hit it hard, he says. There was no glass. There was no shrapnel. Well, I mean, how would he actually know that, by the way? Something flying while you're hitting your ear, you wouldn't know or see it. He's going off what we being the narrative is, and that also seems a little bit odd. But the idea that it hit it hard, well, hold on a minute. The narrative is that it nicked your ear. That's the only reason this all makes sense. But now it hit your ear hard, and now Ronnie's saying a 2-centimeter hole that clearly isn't the case. I mean, guys, this does not take some kind of deductive. This is self-evident. there's something odd here. And it's not just the FBI stories and the Secret Service. It's the Trump's narrative about what happened. And again, that could simply just be that he's lying because he wants to beef up his perception. Or something more. That's for you to decide for yourself. But I'm telling you, this does not make sense. It says Jackson has encountered significant scrutiny over the years. I would argue more than anything because it's a left-right game. But overall, it says after administering a physical to Trump in 2018, he drew headlines for suggesting that, quote, if he had a healthier diet over the last 20 years, he might live to be 200 years old. That's the objective person we're talking about, just to be clear. Because clearly Trump would live to be 200 if he just ate not McDonald's, right? Come on, guys. I mean, you could argue it was sort of a joke. It probably was. But my point is, this is a partisan person. You cannot take this stuff at face value. It says Trump appointed Wray, by the way, don't forget that, as the FBI director in 2017 to replace Comey. I just think that's interesting. Just like every other aspect of this, he was the hero going to save the FBI until suddenly he wasn't. Or Comey, Barr or Bolton or Pompeo, every one of them we're insiders fighting the inside until suddenly they weren't anymore. How long until that happens with JD Vance and Elon and Thiel and everybody else? And so, suddenly we turn, whatever. We need to see it now. All the things I highlighted there that actually stayed this time. So under the Associated Press article, here's what Jeffrey Evan Gold says. Quote, whether whole or fragmented. He says, so if it was fragmented, what did it hit first? Right? I mean, that's a fantastic question because look, if they're going, we don't know, well, they wouldn't just they could do whatever they want. They do all the time, blindly say things. But the argument would be that you're only going to say that might be fragmented if you know that it hit something, right? You wouldn't just make that happen in a normal sense. You would say, well, we know it hit this, therefore it might be fragmented. You wouldn't just say it might be fragmented, so look for what it might have hit. That seems ridiculous. So did it hit something? And why wouldn't we know that? Was it the teleprompter? Could it have been glass? That was reported by corporate media in the first day. I don't know, though. They say they looked at the teleprompters and they weren't broken. But there are images I've seen that seem to make it look like there might have been a hit. I don't know. That's my point, is all this seems so shockingly muddled right now. And it goes on to say, and why aren't the medical reports being released so we can see the injuries? Exactly. Because that's kind of the idea. He's right. If the trajectories, the idea of who else got hit, like for the investigation itself, they needed to see that to be able to tell where it came from and so on, right? That would make sense. But I guess you could do that in the areas that hit behind him. But either way, it just doesn't seem to make sense. And you think that this would be released in some way. Now, in a general sense, we will continue to cover these things. Depending on if it overlaps with something more important, but I think it's quite obvious that some large level we're being manipulated. I think that all the time. It's pretty obvious that's what your government's job is. But just caution you from jumping to conclusions about anything, especially things like this that are clearly being dangled in front of us. Like with Vegas or past examples, which are clearly important. And there was some very clear questions to be had there. False flags, whatever we want to talk about, psychological operations. This is common practice. But at this point, we can see that they're dangling this in front of you for those same reasons, to get you to jump at shadows, even with real things. So just be cautious. I say it all the time. So going into the last kind of part of the segment about the two-party illusion. This is Ian Miller putting this out, simply saying that, and it's funny. It's like, it's not, I recommend you watch it so you know that they are lying to you. All it is about this ridiculous thing that came out of nowhere about the border czar. That, yeah, obviously that's that she was named, but there's the overlap of what they called her, and then whether that was the official title, and then the corporate. But the point was, even those very corporate media entities then went on to say that was what she was called, and now go back and go, but no, that wasn't even real. It wasn't happening, and it very well could be that they're claiming it wasn't the official title. Who cares? The point is, they're lying for their own interest from both sides all the time. But it's important in its own right to show that they are lying for those that just may not be able to see that, which would blow my mind. My point is, if this is what you're obsessed with, not talking about, because we're pointing at it, just making a point about it, whether it's small or not, just, I'm not going to dictate what you think is important, but overall, if this is what you're only focusing on, and this is my opinion, obsessed with, which is what we're seeing a lot of, entire podcasts about this one dumb thing, you might be lost in the two-party illusion, right? Like the old, you might be a redneck. Like we should make a stand-up about that. You might just be lost in the two-party illusion. Things like this, I wrote, are often manufactured to distract from much larger and more important stories, or sometimes happen and used nonetheless. The government, both sides, and the media often lie. But when it's this flimsy, look for what it's hiding. Like so stupidly obvious. Just be on guard for stuff like that. Now, Elon Musk put this out saying, or rather, Doge designer, one of these many that he constantly lifts up by simply going, it is, or yes, or wow, exactly. It says, wokeness is a threat to civilization. And he says it is. And I said, I agree. And it's overtaken both the right and the left. The woke right is just as bad as the woke left, which of course has spun out all these people in the comments going, what does that even mean? You don't understand wokeness. Well, I think all due respect, I think you don't understand wokeness. The point is that ultimately it's not just pink hair and masks and transgender right. I mean, it's clearly about the concept of the way you deceive people or lie to yourself for clear political ends. Or just if you want to be very specific about what you think is woke, like cancel culture, let's acknowledge that that's clearly happening on the right. But the point is, it's more so about deceiving you, like personally yourself and others around you for very clear political reasons. And we see this constantly. In this case, here's cancel culture. We showed you this before. This is libs of TikTok getting people fired from Home Depot for, in this case, simply saying, the shooter should have shot better. But by the way, at the same time, well, there are even Republicans questioning whether it even happened. But the point is that is 100% within free speech. But I also, as I said, think that it was disgusting. I said, you either support free speech or you don't. Many hyper-partisan accounts are proving they don't. What this lady said was detestable, but she has a right to say it. But here, they are working toward and then promoting this lady being fired. Stop supporting partisan hypocrites. It's just one example. It's not even worth, we could do an entire show about the overlaps of these same dynamics. And even then, people on the right that overlap more than you would think. But my bottom line point is that funny enough, I think this is what, it's funny. Here's what Daniel McAdams said, who we got to see it. I didn't get to actually discuss it, but we followed up afterward and message back and forth. We got to bump into them at the conference, and we want to connect with them going forward. He said they are the woke that they pretend to be fighting. Daniel McAdams said this about libs of TikTok. I said exactly right. I think that's spot on. Now, this to me does not have to mean that it's about like the left overtaking the right. It's about all of your government politics being used to divide this country, to fight, to pit us against ourselves. Tiberius makes this point. Here's a Twitter example, right? He says Twitter lets people use the N-word freely, but will flag a poster rightly criticizing Israel's war crimes as hate speech, right? So here's an example of hate speech. So you have the right calling out things like this. They're not using the term hate speech, but that's what they're calling it to get people censored from the platform side, which is about Israel. You're saying Palestine should be free. All of a sudden you hate Jews and you're censored, and they cheer it on. I'm not talking about every single person. I'm never doing that. I don't broad stroke people. I try not to anyway. The point is that is part of the same game. They just have a different focal point that they justify doing it. He says Musk is using the platform to try and shape reality, and it's painfully transparent. So this is the Olympics 2024, and it says when it comes to killing for sport, there's no competition. There's a lot of this right now. I haven't gotten to the Olympics just yet. Maybe I won't. But even Amnesty International by that. Let me actually see if I have that real quick. I can grab. Amnesty put out like advertisements, which I think is great, actually, which I'm surprised. Here it is right here. Amnesty International posters protest against the participation of Israel. And look at this. These are this is like the like Taekwondo as an Israeli person beating this person up. Swimming, holding a child underwater, and it says boycott genocide. Professional shooter as Israel shooting at children. It's kind of crazy to me. And it's Amnesty. A fencer stabbing a child in the throat. It's just clear to me that these human rights groups are like, dude, this is genocide, which gives me hope that they might actually be fighting for the right reasons, but I question everything. But in any case, it's powerful to see that they're getting booed. Not the Jews, mind you, Israelis. There are Jews at Olympics that are booing these people. I've already talked about this. Everywhere you look, you're seeing Jewish organizations stand up and push back against this because they don't want to be represented as what they're doing. Why? Because they have a conscience. But here's the point on Twitter, that's what they're doing. Visibility limited, hate speech, hate conduct, because you're posting a picture of a poster that is literally posted. I mean, it's just it's incredible to me. This is posted by a government, right? This is one of their bus stops where they're posting one of these blasters. It's just mind blowing to me that they're naming it hate speech because you're not allowed to say that about Israel. Free speech, though, right, guys? Here is Liam Cosgrove highlighting, as he says, a list of America First members of Congress who gave standing ovations to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu as he lectured them about not having enough money to bomb Gaza. Or I would actually more accurately frame it in the context of America First versus Israel First, as he stood there and spoke to American politicians, many of which represent the people he's talking about, and said that these protesters are useful idiots for Iran, are disgusting people, should be arrested. And they cheered. American representatives who represent those people who are acting within their First Amendment rights were cheered on, or rather he was cheered on by those people when he said they should be arrested. You think they're fighting for Americans? That's a terrifying thing to think about. And so he highlights all these supposed American First politicians blindly cheering on a genocidal war criminal. Ted Cruz, Ron Johnson, Josh Haley, Byron Donalds, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Corey Mills, Matt Gaetz, Lauren Bobbitt. Now, clearly he's pointing the but he said it publicly on an interview or a quick statement as he walked by a camera. And it says, Rashida Tlaib held up a guilty of genocide sign while some of her progressive colleagues did not attend, but a lot of them did. Massey was the only Republican member not to attend. But so you just got to see a very clear slant. These are Republicans claiming to represent America first in most cases, a lot of the ones that say it publicly, but ultimately acting in the interests that are counter to American interests. Wild. Now, I'm going to play this again for those that didn't see it when we started. Now we're going to get into a conversation about Israel, the bombing of a school that took place just before the conversation that Lebanon, or rather Hezbollah, bombed children in Syria, which I think we can prove today on the show based on, I'll wait to get to it, some great journalists online, that they either did this on purpose and killed these children to blame it on Hezbollah, or made the Iron Dome did what it always does, doesn't work, and then landed and killed these people, and they blamed it on Hezbollah anyway. However you look at this, it's disgusting. Even if this was Hezbollah, which it's not as far as I can prove, think about how disgusting it is to make a huge deal about them getting killed, who, by the way, are not Israelis, despite all of the push. They're Syrian Druze they hate the Israeli representatives, and I'll show you all this. To point that out while as you're saying these things, are murdering and starving children in Gaza. But I guess they're not human in your mind, right? So it doesn't matter. Well, here is what the UN Human Rights Council found about Israel. So keeping this in mind as we go through the Israeli conversation, as all of the Israeli representatives and all of the American representatives push back on this obvious reality. Oh, wait, I forgot. I pulled the video down. Hold on one sec. There it is.
In relation to Israel's military operations and attacks in Gaza from 7th October, we conclude that Israeli authorities are responsible for war crimes, crimes against humanity, and violations of international humanitarian and human rights law, including extermination, intentionally directing attacks against civilians and civilian objects, murder or willful killing, using starvation as a method of war, forcible transfer, gender persecution targeting Palestinian men and boys, sexual and gender-based violence amounting to torture, and cruel or inhuman treatment. Israel's total siege of the Gaza Strip has weaponized the provision of life-sustaining necessities for strategic and political gains, including through cutting off supplies of water, food, electricity, fuel, and other essential supplies.
Make sure you note, by the way, that literally every one of these things are independently war crimes, many of which together amount to genocide. Like at this point, this is undeniable, but every individual act these people should be in prison for 1,000 years. I mean, these are constant, daily, nonstop war crimes, starvation, murder. It's deliberate. And then add to that the proud, almost gleeful coverage on their own TikTok and Twitter accounts, standing up in front of the Knesset and proudly saying this, that all children in Gaza are terrorists, that they all should be, it's their fault. All these are quotes we've already shown you.
Including humanitarian assistance. It constitutes collective punishment, disproportionately impacting pregnant women and persons with disabilities, and is causing grave harm to children, including starvation-related deaths. We found that the immense numbers of civilian casualties in Gaza and widespread destruction of civilian objects and infrastructure were the inevitable result of an intentional strategy to cause maximum damage, disregarding the legal obligations of distinction, proportionality, and adequate precautions. Israel also forcibly transferred almost the entire population into small enclosures that are unsafe and uninhabitable. The deliberate use of heavy weapons with large destructive capacity in densely populated areas constitutes an intentional and direct attack on the civilian
population. And you know what's so interesting about this? Just how, one, first of all, demonstrating our value, or rather ours and Amnesty International, just for us covering this, but that all the way back on October 20th, the Amnesty International did their own investigation and already made this conclusion, damning evidence of war crimes as Israeli attacks wipe out entire families. This is the main point, that I think there are 5 cases, and in each one, Israel attacks violated either international law including by failing to take feasible precautions to spare civilians, right? Just not caring that they were there, carrying out indiscriminate attacks and that failed to distinguish between civilians or military, or carrying out attacks that were targeted at them. You'd think that in a world where these things matter, this might have actually stopped something. Even with what the UN just said, the U.S. is continuing to gaslight the world for Israel's genocide. What a wonderful thing to be a part of, right? I mean, it's like, as Americans, this should really bother us. Now, here's what Owen Jones said. So this is on the 27th, mind you. Associated Press highlights an Israeli airstrike hit a school, which, by the way, it must be Tuesday, right? This is a regular occurrence in Gaza right now, which is so grotesque when you think about how normalized major atrocities have become just in Gaza. Bombing of ambulances, journalists, doctors, nurses, medical workers in general in any context, bombing schools, targeting women and children, bombing civilians. Like these things, like they've destroyed whatever narrative. It's again, one of the largest reasons why everybody has a hard time buying this. Even people that want to. It's because they thought they could get away with literal murder. For the old expression, right? Like literally stand out there and bomb children and just go, you're supposed to think this. It just doesn't work anymore. There's a lot of reasons I could argue why, and I've gone over it many times, but at this point, regardless of that, it's not working. The veil has been lifted. People can see it. Here's what Owen Jones says. So on the 27th, they bombed another school. He says, the silent people, this is in part on you. Israel bombed the first school, and not enough people spoke out. Then they bombed another and another and another. They kept on bombing schools because not enough people spoke out, and it became normalized. Now, I agree with that to somewhat. Right? I think they would have kept going either way, but he's right. All the people out there that just put their head down, right? In this case, silence is complicity. But overall, the fact is that those that were fighting to maintain this, they're the real culprits here. The people in the government, the people that shouted you down for acting like this was, or for claiming this was happening. They're the ones that are responsible. Sarah Wilkinson highlights the actual shot. The actual moment that the Israelis blew up a school in Deir al-Balah, sheltering over 1,000 civilians, most of whom were women and children. All these civilians around, tents they're living in, right? There's no evacuation. I mean, the evacuations are quite frankly torture. They're doing this to jump to like a pinball machine, jumble them around location to location while they're bombing all those spots anyway. Ahmed Al-Nak highlights a kid out here picking up dead bodies. This is a Palestinian journalist. He asked him, "What are you collecting?" He says, "Body parts, human flesh." And in most cases, this is because they're doing this in hopes to try to identify these people after the fact. He says, today in a school that Israel bombed, dozens of people were killed. All were displaced refugees, women and children. Here is Mustafa Barghouti saying, this is what remains of the Al-Nasir Children's Hospital. The ophthalmic hospital, the psychiatric hospital, and the Ratzidi hospital in Gaza after the Israeli bombardment. Just absolute destruction to the ground. And we've heard them how many times say turning it into a parking lot, right? This is not about Hamas or tunnels or anything else. This is about destroying their infrastructure. As, by the way, in many examples, they've publicly told you. But we're just supposed to ignore that because racism or something. Unreal. Here is what your ambassador, or rather the one pretending to represent the United States, Ambassador Linda Thomas Greenfield, here's what she said on the 26th. She's talking about Francesca Albanese here, or rather Ambassador Michelle Taylor is, saying UN Special Rapporteur Francesca Albanese, her comparison of Netanyahu to Adolf Hitler, which is not even exactly what she did, by the way. They're just desperate to make this comparison, to make this, which, by the way, is a valid comparison in every possible way right now, including from his own people. So you have Israelis making these statements, but of course it's bad for this UN member to do it. Not only is it justifiable to make this comparison, that's not even what she actually did. So this just shows you such desperation. It says, for her to do this, her comparison is reprehensible and anti-Semitic, of course. There should be no place for such dehumanizing rhetoric. Oh, you mean other than when you do it against literally everybody else, right? Like Palestinians or Syrians or Venezuelans or Bolivians or Afghans or anybody else that you or Iranians, right? But anybody else, off limits, rules-based order, no political violence. These people are jokes. There should be no place for such dehumanizing rhetoric, she says. Special rapporteurs should be striving to improve human rights challenges, not inflame them, which is literally what she's doing. It's just so gross. It makes my skin crawl. These people are something specially evil. And I simply said, keep misrepresenting her. It only further shows your dishonesty and depravity. There. Thomas Greenfield says the same thing. There's no place for anti-Semitism, which, by the way, why is this about Jewish people all of a sudden? She said that he's acting like Hitler. Hitler committed a genocide. That's what we're all being, that's the whole thing, right? So Netanyahu is committing genocide. But you want to make it only about Jewish people, right? Like the only people doing that are Zionists and anti-Semites. Not her for pointing out the obvious. You for trying to make this about Jewish people. She says there's no place for anti-Semitism from UN-affiliated officials tasked with promoting human rights. While the United States has never supported Francesca Albanese's mandate, okay, that's a weird thing to say, it is clear that she's not fit for this or any other. So you don't support people fighting for human rights? Or are you trying to say just not when she does it? I mean, everything about these people screams illegitimacy. And I said the same thing. You long ago lost any moral superiority you might have thought you had. Go back to gaslighting for your genocide. That's your legacy now. Your boss is calling. Here's what Francesca Albanese said in response to this ridiculous, and it shows what she actually did, by the way. Well, for August, I'll just show you what the Israeli Foreign Ministry said. So she's having a very obvious effect on what they're doing, and so they are going after her. It says, UN Special Rapporteur Albanese is beyond redemption. Once again, she spreads vile hatred, abuses the memory of the Holocaust. Oh, is that what she did? Amazing. So one side, it's anti-Semitism. Now it's abusing the Holocaust. It says it's inconceivable that she's still allowed to use the UN as a shield. Wait, I thought you said the UN was Hamas. So now it's revered. Now you're getting the one that you're like, basically that statement's to suggest that the UN is somehow a good thing and that she's tarnishing it. Right? So they're so lazy with their propaganda. But here, Craig Mokhiber is the one who actually tweeted this, which is exactly the case, by the way, says history is always watching. Showed him walking around U.S. Congress and showed Hitler in the same context. Albany says this is precisely what I was thinking today. So that's what you're going to contort into it. Even if you want to think even if that's what she meant, you don't know that. You are assuming into what you want people to think she meant. What she's saying, quite obviously, my opinion, is that she's thinking the same thing, that history is always watching. The only reason they're making all these abstract leaps is because one of the pictures is Adolf Hitler. What they're saying is Netanyahu's a war criminal and is being endorsed by the power. That's what they're saying. It's as self-evident as anything we've ever talked about. But they're lazy and they're desperate. And here's what she said. The memory of the Holocaust remains intact and sacred thanks to people of conscience worldwide. Institutional rants and outbursts of selective moral outrage will not stop the course of justice, which is finally in motion. God, I'm telling you, I like her. And I'm not going to say that there might not be something that comes up later or other things she's done that I would disagree with, but I'm telling you, the way she's standing up to this deserves respect. And she is, just think about in the face of what they're doing to her and saying, they will not stop the justice that's coming for you. And it probably sent a chill down their spine. Good for her. It just shows you how it's very obvious. The world sees this. Now, in regard to the actual false flag, Diab Abu Jaja pointed this out. I'm not familiar with it looks like I am following him. Maybe I did after I saw this. I don't remember when I followed him. In any case, if I followed him, I would have done it for a reason. So check his account out. He says some important remarks to keep in mind regarding the Majdal Shams tragedy. That's the location we're talking about in Syria. He says this did not happen in Israel. That's important to understand. This is the Golan Heights. No matter what narrative you're hearing, this is occupied Syria, which, don't forget, means they have a legal right to armed resistance, which means they could have bombed or attacked Israel with military targets, mind you, without any they don't need to say, you attacked us first. They're occupied. They can act against them. That same for Iraqis against the U.S. government. Same for Afghanis against the U.S. government. Same for Syrians against the U.S. government. This is the reality. I'm not saying I want that. I'm simply saying based on the law, which is not partisan, right? Just is. They have the legal right to act against their occupier. No one can argue. They just don't want you to know that. Same with Palestine against Israel. But he says the Golan Heights, occupied by Israel since 1967, are internationally recognized as part of Syria. It's the fact. Just because Donald Trump said something, they don't mean they just have it now. Just because they named it Trump Heights does not mean, at least one part, that they suddenly own it. It's more illegal occupation by Israel. They're occupying Syria, Palestine, Egypt at the moment, Lebanon. Why? Those are all parts of the greater Israel project. They are the real colonial. This is the way that they project against everybody else, marching around and taking after their. That's what they're doing. That's what U.S. is doing. It says the Druze community, which is the community that lives in this area, their Druze population, in the Druze community in the Golan Heights largely rejects Israel nationality and considers themselves Syrians. Easy to prove. Majdal Shams has a history of resistance and uprising against Israeli occupation. The Lebanese resistance would never target Majdal Shams and its people. Now, I agree with that, but it doesn't mean this didn't happen. I'm only saying it to be objective. No evidence, nothing suggests that's what happened in my mind. The idea that there's no logical reason there. But again, you know what I'm saying is maybe that doesn't mean there's not some reason that then makes it make sense, or that they did it for other reasons, or that they don't care about these people. All that, again, I don't think that. And the evidence points otherwise, but just to be objective. Now, it says possible explanations for the missile that fell. He says, one, a Hezbollah rocket that missed its intended military target, which is possible, or was partially intercepted, resulting in it landing in the area. Hezbollah has denied that possibility. Number two, an Iron Dome interception missile that misfired, which is what happened, which has happened before. Involvement of a third party, possibly one of the many Syrian and other factions operating nearby. Four, an Israeli false flag operation using one of the allied Syrian factions. If Israel were to go to war with Hezbollah over this incident, it could suggest that Israel had been seeking a pretext for war all along, which I think we know. And really, I think they want the U.S. to go at their expense or on their behalf. It says, as it is unlikely they would go to war to avenge Syrian Druze citizens, especially those in the Madal Shams. These people they treat them like they don't count. Now they suddenly matter because they want to use their lives to benefit their agenda. Kenneth Roth points this out about the bigger picture. We already covered this on the show, but this is 972 Magazine, an Israeli publication, highlighting that Israel is an illegal occupation of Palestine. That's what it is. But then making sure you know the International Court of Justice has decimated their false pretense. Israel always sold the occupation as legal. Now they're afraid. And that's what the article is saying. The ICJ now terrifies them. And the point is, the international community has now established beyond, and by the way, like I said, it's like saying the sky is blue. It's been established 45 times over, but they've reiterated the legal reality from another call from 2022 going through the courts that this is an illegal occupation. There is no question. So the point on that is to highlight that we know that about Palestine, but that same logic applies to the Golan Heights. It is still currently occupied. So Dan Cohen points this out about the Majal Shams, illegal Israeli occupation of Syria. He says it makes zero sense for Hezbollah to attack people loyal to its close ally, which is the reality. Israel wants, and again, you could maybe argue that they did this to blame it on Israel, but wouldn't make much sense because if they would do that, they would do it somewhere else that would be more, I think, politically focused on more so. That's my opinion. But I just argue that there's no logic to it, which is usually what we need to, at least, it's one of the major points, like claiming Assad is gassing children. Like, of course that's possible. But where's the logic, right? It doesn't line up with anything, really. And again, so you know, that has been, in my mind, definitively proven to be false. 45 different ways. Aaron Mate's done amazing work on that. The truth is that you can clearly see they've been lying from day one. Carlo Del Ponte from like 2016 or even before, I think, publicly said it from the UN that it was the rebels, not but they just keep lying about it. Nikki Haley and the rest of them just keep saying the same thing over and over. But the point is, you could argue that maybe they would do this in order to, manufacture something. I just don't think that's the case. I was going to make a point about that. Get off track. But it says Israel wants war on Lebanon and needs a pretext. They have expressed this, by the way. So it's blaming Hezbollah for a strike without presenting any evidence. Now, that's easily the reality, before we get into what actually happened. So whether this is their rocket they're using or theirs they fired or whatever it is, they have been driving at this. They have been trying. I mean, again, just so we're clear on this, they have publicly stated explicitly that they want a multi-front regional war. Smotrich, Ben-Gvir, and that they want the U.S. involved. You're not going to hear that on the main stage, but that's what they've said. It's been quoted by Times of Israel. Middle East Eye. Now, these are all need to be translated, but the point is there's multiple eyewitnesses, which, again, eyewitnesses for me are low on the scale of evidence because it can be so, it depends on the context. But in most cases, the details tend to get foggy with remembering what happened and they're inconsistent, but they still, of course, have value, obviously. And of course, usually people dismiss it based on where they are. Oh, they're on their side or whatever. But it says Israeli eyewitnesses, including a paramedic, dispute the army's claim that Hezbollah fired the rocket. So these are Israelis, not the Druze population, but Israelis, suggesting it might have been the Iron Dome missile. Now, there's another one. This is Khaleesi highlighting this, breaking more evidence that Israel lied about the event, resulting in 14 dead, saying it was an Iron Dome malfunction. Quote, an Israeli ambulance member heard from eyewitnesses that an interception missile was what fell on Majal Shams. And some said that they saw the missile launch from the Iron Dome and it fell towards the stadium. Well, we have that video for you. Thanks to Roth. Damn it. I thought it was right there. We'll get to it right here. David Roth Lindbergh. Now, Dan Cohen adds another witness He's speaking again. It's in another language, and it says incident says Israel's warning siren sounded seconds before the impact. That a real rocket would have caused more damage, and that authorities collected shrapnel from the site, and now Israel wants to attack Hezbollah. How much I will never, just like with Trump's conversation, we'll never get to see the shrapnel or be able to prove where it came because they're covering this up. I'll show you why. It's very easy to see. But the point is, to add to it before we get to it, is that the siren sounded right before it happened, and that if it was a rocket, it would have caused a hell of a lot more damage than what we saw, which, by the way, is why every Israeli sharing this are showing video of just before and then cutting out where you see the actual bombing. Now, here's what it says. This testimony strongly suggests the Israel's Iron Dome is responsible for the killings, and that Israel forces are immediately covering it up. They're trying to drag the U.S. into this war. Now, the EU doesn't believe Israel wants independent investigations, which is what they've claimed. EU chief, surprisingly enough, Joseph Borrell calls for, quote, independent international investigation into this unacceptable incident. You can still argue that that will end up going in the direction it always does, but that's not what you usually see. Historically, it used to be Israel said, end of story. Now you've got the EU chief and everybody else questioning this, the U.S. being very timid about this and really going, well, we want de-escalation. Like it's Israel lost this war the day after October 7th because they went full genocide. I've said it many times. They've lost all of this war. The world sees who they are. It's not about all Israelis or all Jews. It's about the Zionist Israeli government. Now, BM, from an Israeli perspective, says, okay, just like I thought, the person, so you got these witnesses coming out early. And this is always how this goes. As I've said many times, the reactive propaganda from Israel coming out and saying, we saw this, we saw that, the Iron Dome, it wasn't them. Israelis come out and say, no, it's not true. And then what do you get? The Israel-focused packaged egg that comes after the fact, and they dump it out and they go, here's what really happened. So originally commented this saying, anyone happen to know who this person is? This one goes around giving interviews to media, calling, asking for them to launch war on Lebanon as they're pretending to be a Syrian. He goes, okay, just like I thought. This guy is trying to incite regional war, is not from Majal Shams. He's lying about that. And not a Druze at all. He's an Israeli Druze from other aspects of Israel and runs the Carmel Druze news website. All over Israeli media, he's portrayed as a local demanding war. Demanding war. Don't remember that. The point I'm going to make in a second is how interesting it is that what they're trying to highlight, like the U.S. is asking people to de-escalate. What you're going to get is all these people acting like they want peace and they're a victim, but except what they're doing is calling for war. It's very clear. And now you've got people pretending to be from this location, but they're not, and saying, war, we want war, defend us. It's lazy, but it's just like what's happening in Haiti or every other place we've talked, Venezuela. Now, Khaleesi points this out again. Israel has lied. Iron Dome malfunctioned and resulted in deaths in Golan Heights. Another quote, a journalist activist friend of mine who is Druze from the Golan told me that eyewitnesses confirmed the projectile that fell from the Iron Dome, that was what fell from the Iron Dome. The Shin Bet requested one of the elders of the town not to disclose this on social media, and any statement will lead to immediate arrest. Now, that's all completely subjective. I can't back that up. The reason I'm even reading that is because we do have the video of exactly what they're talking about. David Roth Lindbergh, I appreciate his work. He says, footage showing what we already knew. Israel misfired an Iron Dome missile, which to me, this is undeniable, that slammed into a football field, slaughtering a dozen Syrian children. The proof is in the pudding. Hezbollah has absolutely, positively, unequivocally nothing to do with this. That's not what and then, boom, right beneath it. Which, by the way, you can see by that explosion right there that wasn't a rocket. Just so this is clear, this is not when it arcs back down. That's not. These are supposed to be engaged. So this went up and then started to fall. That's just undeniable. That is one of their rockets. Their Iron Dome, whatever you want to call that is now falling. And you see it, and that's the point is the siren went off like right before this. And that, and then it falls. Now, with all the eyewitness evidence and everything else we're talking about, plus the video showing it arcing, falling, hitting the area, my opinion is this was them being either the Iron Dome failing as always, or maybe even shot on purpose. You can decide for yourself, but this is they caused this and then decided, hey, let's use it against Hezbollah. And then the worst, most despicable part of all of it is the way they then went on a propaganda tour acting like, they killed children. How dare you? Where's everybody calling this out? Well, you're literally killing children while you're saying that, even though you also killed these children. You just can't make up something this disgusting. These people are the monsters of the world. And here's a Syrian girl pointing at the Druze leader in Lebanon. Jumblatt makes a statement about the false flag, he calls it. The occupation, or rather she called it, but what he's framing it as, the occupation lied, he says, when it claimed that the resistance fired the missile at Majal Shams. And Majal Shams in Syria is Syrian, and its residents rejected Israeli citizenship, which is true. Here's more examples of that. Well, first, actually, here is Mr. Propaganda himself, Hananya Naftali, who, by the way, has been caught at least twice, more, I think 3 times, actually, coming out and saying something that they then changed the narrative on. It's just constantly, I mean, if anybody was honest in this conversation from corporate level or from governments, I mean, there's just so much evidence of them getting caught in real-time lies over and over and over by corporate media included. And we still get lies from Kirby and Matt Miller, all of the sociopaths out there. He says Hezbollah targeted Israeli children. So now it wasn't just a mistake. They targeted these children. While he's targeting children, by the way, in Gaza. He said, it's pure evil. Israel has every right to finish them off for once and all. Oh, so now we're talking, immediately into war. Finish them off? The world needs to wake up and see Hezbollah for what they are. Monsters. What projection? Now, look, my point is, here's the clip they want to show you. And now watch how it cuts off. You're showing kids playing soccer. Oh, and then you stop. Why would you? What's weird? Wouldn't you want to show us the bomb? Wasn't that the whole point? You're showing us the growth. And every one of them goes, oh, I don't want you to see how bad it was. Oh, you mean other than showing snuff porn to everybody else with every other... Clearly, they just don't want you to see that it wasn't what they claim it was. This one shows you from far away. And by the way, I don't even believe this is the sound of a rocket with some backdrop you can't prove. That's how bad they are at this, by the way. Now, here's AIPAC doing the same thing. You know, the supposedly American group, a lobbying group that's about American lobbying, we're told anyway, and American policy. But weirdly, they're talking about something that happened in Syria and it happened with Hezbollah. Because that makes sense, right? They're lobbying American politicians on behalf of American interests that happen to overlap with Israel. That's what we're supposed to think, right? But here they are going, look at this thing that happened over here in Syria with Hezbollah. Attack Hezbollah. Think about how ridiculous that is. This is not a lobbying group. This is an Israeli advocacy group that is influencing politicians in real time. Anyway, they say 12 Israeli children. So why would you have to lie about all this if this was not exactly... They're not Israeli. It's not only have they rejected that citizenship, it's also illegally occupied Syrian land. But they don't care. They want you to think this was an attack on Israel, even though, frankly, they don't care about these people. Or anybody for that matter, but in particular, these people. They were killed yesterday when Hezbollah fired a rocket at their soccer field, it says. Loud to condemn Israel, silent when Israel kids are killed. Who are they talking to? The world has not stopped screaming about what happened on October 7th, despite a genocide going on in Gaza. And every time it's quiet about this. You know, me too, except if you're a Jew, except that's the literal opposite of what it's been nonstop. And by the way, they're lying about it all, as many things have now been proven. But to pretend that it's like everyone's disregarding, the whole damn corporate entity has not stopped screaming about that narrative. But all they can do is act like it's not happening. The point is they're lying about this stuff and they're trying to make you feel bad for not lying with them. And then he goes, where'd you go, AOC, Margaret? Okay, so something happens in real time, and because they don't jump to say the same thing Israel said, they didn't say it. The point is, this just happened. They don't even know what's going on yet, most likely. On top of that, you're lying about it. Not surprising at all. Syrian girl says the names of the children killed in Majda Shams have been released, and all of them have Syrian Arabic names, which you don't even need that. It's obvious to prove these are not Israelis, but not on top of that, Do you think Israel cares about Miller Maddad al-Shawar or, on and on and on? They don't. And they don't care about the Jewish Ethiopians, let alone Syrians that they occupied and keep under their thumb. Jonathan Cook has this to say: BCC coverage of the attack on a football pitch. I'm not sure if he means BBC. Maybe it is. I don't know. BBC. What's BCC? But basically says their coverage of the attack on a football pitch in Golan Heights has been intentionally misleading. Oh, yeah, it is. The BBC's evening news entirely ignored the fact that those killed by the blast are 12 Syrians, not 12 Israelis, and that for decades, Syrian population in the Golan Heights has been forced to live unwillingly under an Israeli occupation. Of course, they ignore that like everything else, because I suppose mention of this context might complicate the story that Israel and the BBC wish to tell, and risk reminding viewers that Israel is a belligerent state occupying not just Palestine territory, but Syrian territory as well as Egyptian territory and Lebanese territory, and on and on and on. It might suggest to audiences that these various permanent Israeli occupations have been contributing not only to large-scale human rights abuses, but to regional tensions as well. And by the way, in the past, it's been a lot more than Egypt, but now at this point, just so in case you don't know what I'm talking about, we're talking about the corridor that they're occupying. And even Egypt has called it out. It's a violation of, I forget what the term was now. It's not the Abraham Pact. Anyway, it's a violation of any number of things. The point is they're all illegally occupying all over the place. He goes on to say that Israel's act of aggression against its neighbors might be the cause of the conflict, rather than, as Israel and the BBC would have us believe, some kind of normal preemptive form of self-defense, which there's no such thing as preemptive self-defense. And the BBC, of course, chose to uncritically air comments from a military spokesman for Israel who blamed Hezbollah for the blast, of course. Daniel Hagari tried to milk the incident for maximum propaganda value, arguing, quote, "This attack shows the true face of Hezbollah, a terrorist organization that targets and murders children." They're projecting. It's what they're doing. Except, as the BBC forgot to note, in 2014, Israel infamously targeted and murdered 4 young children from the Bakr family playing football on a beach. It's a very famous example that has been definitively shown that they murdered those children and then covered it up. Or with Shireen Abu Akleh, or any number of other examples, but this is an important one for the overlapped with bombing children, or just any number of ongoing bombing of children right now in Gaza. He goes, and much more recently, video footage showing Israel striking yet more children playing soccer at a school. I have that for you. That just happened. Indisputably. It was an area that was serving as a shelter for families. Doubtless other strikes in Gaza over the past 10 months, so many of them targeting schools and shelters, have killed. That's why I started with that. They just killed 30 kids in a school, or 30 people, mostly women and children, in a school. And this is what we're focusing on? I mean, this matters. We shouldn't not talk about this, but it needs to be done in the context. And then on top of that, recognize that this is Israel's fault, and they're blaming it on whoever they can. It says the BBC next went to Jerusalem to hear from diplomatic editor Paul Adams. He anointed gravely, "This is precisely what we have been worried about for the past 10 months, that something of this magnitude would occur on the northern border that would turn what has been simmering conflict for all these months into an all-out war." So there you have it. Paul Adams and the BBC concede they haven't been worrying for the past 10 months about genocide unfolding under their noses, but of what they're talking about. A genocide of Palestinians apparently is not something of significant magnitude. You just can't hide what they're saying. Maybe they don't even realize what they're doing. But it says, not only now when Israel can exploit the deaths of Syrians forced to live under its military rule as a pretext to expand its, quote, war, are we supposed to sit up and take notice? Or so the BBC tells us. Here's Hagari in a press conference. And as Mordecai or Klampa says, during a press conference, he describes those deceased today as Israeli citizens from Druze community. They know that's not true. They know the reality. They're lying. That means it has to show you something. Now, here is an important example as of, this is today. Residents of the Druze town of Majdal Shams chant against far-right Israeli finance minister Smotrich, calling him a criminal, demanding his departure from the Golan Heights. I just think this is important. Here he is. The reason they're doing this right now is they want you to think they're coming. Oh, we're here with our people. They hate these people. Here is, even on Twitter, Golan Druze expel Smotrich from the funeral. They kick him out. So as they're talking to the world about how their people were bombed, those people force him out of the funeral. Why? Because they know that they don't support them. They know they're responsible. And then, of course, here's what American Jewish Committee does. Tel Aviv City Hall and Tel Aviv shines the colors of the Druze flag. Think about how gross these people are. So you either accidentally or deliberately kill their children. You know that you hate them. They hate you. And just because you want to trick the world, mostly the Western audiences, you put up the flag and go, oh, we care. Watch as Druze flags pop up through all these icons, probably the right now, as they make fun of the left for doing the same thing. But the point is, as all Israelis stand in solidarity with the Druze community, as you're illegally occupying them, as you are stealing from them, as you are bombing them. Horrifying. 14 kids were murdered. Now, here is Khaleesi pointing out Israeli Minister of Finance Smotrich. Here's what he said about this. He says, quote, regarding the death of small children, Nasrallah must pay with his life. The leader, Hezbollah, all of Lebanon must pay the price. So suddenly, you're using this to do what? Exactly what you said you wanted in a regional war. So he jumps up and goes, roll it into this. They all must pay with their life. These people are warmongers, guys, not even trying to hide it. There's not even the U.S. government game where they act like it's all about freedom. They're like, war, just frothing at the mouth. He says, my stance on the necessary measures is well known. The prime minister must return immediately. Time for action to come. They're not even mincing words. So it's quite alarming. Underneath that, Dr. Simon Godek says, wait, they have killed over 20,000 children, and now they're outraged if some of their own children are killed? But see, he doesn't understand the picture. It's not their children. But, they're focused elsewhere, so remember that. Don't get me wrong. He says not a single child should die because of conflicts caused by adults. But that man sounds like a hypocrite. So again, that's the surface-level argument, is that it's outrageous they would pretend like this is what we should be outraged about while they just killed 20,000 children. But on top of that, they killed these two. Now, here's how some of the U.S. responded, as well as others. Dan Cohen highlights the U.S. ambassador and how they weirdly stand in the middle, which is not what you'd expect in most cases, where in the past they blindly support Israel. In most cases still do. He says the U.S. ambassador's language intentionally avoids assigning blame for this incident. He declines to oblige Israel and blame Hezbollah, but also doesn't call for an investigation because it would likely reveal the Iron Dome was responsible, which they have a lot of funding invested in. Rather, they're paying for all of it. But here's Ambassador Jack Lew, says, we condemn the horrific attack on the Majdal Shams yesterday, in which at least 11 were tragically killed, most women and children. Our hearts go out to the family. Yeah, just no real answer. And this is funny. Arsen Trotsky, thank you, Ambassador. Though may I ask why you have not taken note of the fact that the rocket was fired by Hezbollah group? Like, see them forcing. Arsen Trotsky is the pretend human rights lawyer. International human rights lawyer. I'm not suggesting he doesn't have that title, but he's not that. As he's constantly calling for war and pushing for genocide. Not really a human rights lawyer. But this is what we're talking about. Here is Ms. Stefanik. These maniacal Zionists, very pro-Israel, very for Israel first. The one that was like shaking while she was pushing the lies about anti-Semitism and just get caught on most of them. She says, my heart breaks for the Israelis. No, they were Syrians, by the way, and she doesn't care, including many children who were killed by Hezbollah's violent attack. Oh, she knows that. Did she go there? Did she investigate? No, she is blindly repeating what Israel told her to say. It's not very America first, is it? She says, the images of the attack are a horrific reminder of the barbaric Iranian-backed. Just going down the list, guys, going down the list. Israel has a legal right and moral obligation to protect its civilians from Hezbollah attacks. It's the same story. You are turning this into October 7-2, and you're going to roll it in to try to justify more war, which will kill innocent people. Stefanik doesn't care. At this point, we need to ask whether they enjoy it. Israel is on the front lines of Iran's violent ambition to destroy the West. Right. Isn't that what they all want? Destroy the West? No, that's what Israel's doing. And she's helping. She said, this is why I led a letter with, it doesn't even matter. Here's the point that does matter, actually. The Biden administration must immediately end all of the holds they have on weapon shipments. Right. Quick, give Israel more weapons to keep committing genocide. 40,000, rather, at this point, we need to be real. According to Lancet, conservative estimates, 186,000 all said and done, disease, rubble, murdered. But here are 14 kids that Israel actually killed. Quick, give them more weapons. These people are dangerous. She's either so stupid that she doesn't realize she's being used, or she is acting in the interest of another country. And of course, and put pressure on the United Nations to enforce this one UN thing. Right. But we don't like all the others, though. And UN is Hamas, though. But this one, the one that we like. I mean, how cartoonish are these people? You know that the U.S. is currently violating countless UN resolutions, but the ones that we think are important, that's the one. Make sure they do that one. What a cartoon. Like, they're children. I mean, it's embarrassing. David Harris, vice chair for John Hopkins or whatever that says, host of whatever this is, JBS. Oh, the JBS Jewish Broadcasting Service, says the members of Congress who skipped Prime Minister's Israel speech. Any reaction to the 12 killed children? Okay, well, what does one have to do with the other, by the way? This is just the same thing. You're just trying to go, why? Do you care now? All real silent. By the way, while it's basically the day of 24 hours. The point is that they skipped the speech because he's a maniacal genocidal war criminal. And even if you want to argue that somehow that this was this somehow, like by not showing up, that's somehow, like, how do you even make sense of that? With those who didn't show up, like you're supposed to, by doing so, you're supporting Hamas, which is not the case. It says, and second thoughts about your understanding of what's going on. I don't understand what he thinks this means. This is lazy, and either he's just really not that bright, or he's trying to clumsily, like he's throwing all these out to make it seem like you either are with Israel or everything else is your fault. I guess that's the only way I can make sense of that. He says, and any empathy for a U.S. ally targeted by genocidal Iran, Hezbollah, Hamas, Houthis? Right, because they're all just the same clumsy thing. My God. It's like, you know what bringing to mind right now? It's the kind of people that were cheering that Trump speech. Like, if you're stupid enough to not see how lazy this is, how completely evidence-free this is, then you almost deserve to be bought or to be blinded by it. But it says, shredded to pieces, Drew's community grieves after... Oh, what, this weird screenshot of text that has no source link to... Right. How much would I bet that's not even real? Or it's some kind of very wildly one-sided pro-concept. These Druze community are actively speaking out that Israel did this. But these people don't care about this. They don't care about them. They care about using them. And here, Emily Schrader, one of the many ridiculously pro-Zionist genocidal maniacs out there, saying this is basically quoting Hagari, saying this is the worst incident to harm civilians since October 7th. Not in any one field, you understand. Broadly. They literally just said that. This is the worst incident to harm civilians since October 7th. Not the 400 killed in Jabalia refugee camp that didn't even kill one Hamas, not al-Mawasi, not Khan Yunis, not al-Nusrat, the 14th time, the 15th time, none of that, not the starvation. Nope. This thing right here that Israel's responsible for is the worst incident to harm civilians. I can't believe this. So you realize they're not even trying to hide this anymore. They're saying nothing happening in Palestine is even a problem. Like, you understand, they're not saying the whole argument is they're saying it's all Hamas's fault, right? Well, okay, let's just pretend Hamas was responsible. Aren't they still civilians? Isn't that your narrative? That Hamas is killing the civilians, not you, human shields and all? Okay, by that logic, then Hamas killed 400 people in Jabalia refugee camp. Isn't that more than 14? But weirdly, this is the worst since October 7th. So this is my point about how bad they are at this. They're so quick to support their gross agenda, to just push against, is that they just expose how bad they are. Which is that even though you're claiming Hamas did it, you don't think they count. Because that's the truth. These people truly think the world can't see right through them. And she says the majority of casualties in this strike were children. The helicopters are having trouble even evacuating because Hezbollah is firing nonstop rockets, which I don't see any evidence of, by the way. The attack hit a playground and adjacent football field where children were playing. I won't share the worst because it's sickening. Oh, but we'll show every other snuff film that makes you think, lies and all. But no, coming just after the fact. Why? Because if they actually showed you this, you would find out that it wasn't what they said. That means they know they're lying to you. Here's Naftali Bennett. Hezbollah murdered 11 Israeli boys. Lie, right there. A lie he knows he's lying about. Drew's Israeli boys who just want to play soccer. All of which hate you, by the way, and you hate them. He says, my heart is torn. Sorry if I don't believe you. I send my deepest condolences to their families who you hate and they hate you. This time the world speaks up. Oh, so now you want the world to speak up, not when you're murdering children. He says, I'm tired of the hollow rhetoric and feeble action. I can't, I've already said it. It really gives me a physical reaction. How there's no words to do justice. There's just, this is worse than anything ever. I mean, these people are the worst thing I've ever had to experience in my life. He says, we're facing savage enemy that must be eradicated. And there it is. Immediately, not even a moment to mourn, just war, kill. Again, weird. Doesn't this sound familiar? Everyone must decide. You're either on Israel's side, on the side of life, or the side of the enemy, side of death. So whether it's light or darkness, this is all World War II stuff, by the way, or George Bush, with us or against us. It's all coming from the same place. Aviva Klampus, all these people, you just make a list if you haven't seen it before, because they are patent liars, like Wilkerson would tell you, but they are promoting genocide. They know what they're doing. They're hiding it. She says 9 people were killed in a direct hit on an Israeli soccer field. It was filled with teens playing sports. Oh, but then Ali wants to make sure you saw this too. Remember that? And in this one, you can see the bombing because it was Israel, and we all know that. And in fact, they admitted this, simply claimed it was a Hamas stronghold. Same thing we keep hearing. Footage of a football field actually being bombed by Israel. Well, I guess that one was too, but in this case, they're lying about who did it. In this case, they even owned it. Yep. And I'm not going to get into it now because we're towards the end of the show here, and it's very graphic. Bodies destroyed across the field. I mean, it's horrifying, guys. But because they said maybe Hamas, it's supposed to be okay, right? But this one, she wants you to be outraged about this one. And they're also responsible, so you should be. Here's little Mikey Rappaport saying the most peaceful people have been attacked again. The most peaceful people? You know, the ones that have been committing genocide pretty much nonstop for 75 years. Most peaceful, though. I'm not talking about Jewish people as much as they would love to make you think that. The dirty whores of Iran, he says, Hezbollah did this. See how funny that is? So that's totally okay, right? But imagine saying the dirty whores of Israel. See what happens on this platform. Give it a shot. Give it a try. See what happens. But see, it's okay because, we're only fighting the bad guys, right? But that's just Iran. Iran's gross. Palestine's gross. They're all just very clear that they hate all of it. But when you really put, we were only talking about the bad ones. We're fighting for the Palestinians. We're fighting for the Iranian people. Pompeo would love to. We're fighting for you, but we're going to starve you to death. It's just nonstop. These are not just racist and disgusting people. They're I don't know what you would call a human that is okay with watching this kind of suffering. And not just watching it, cheering for it. Not just cheering for it, asking for praise for doing the right thing while doing it. He says Iran needs to be bankrupt for good. No, just bankrupt the country because that's not going to hurt anybody, right? This is my point. This guy probably is so stupid, doesn't even realize what he's actually calling for, but is so blinded by his hatred that he doesn't care anyway. Or Orson Ostrovsky. Oh, wait. Oh, did I miss that? No, it's right there. Okay. I'm getting to the end. I want to make sure I pointed out what I said to him. But here he is saying, remember that woke campus hipster? Which I don't know. I don't remember this one picture he shared, but it's a guy at a protest with a Hezbollah flag. God forbid. A popular group supported by all the people. Oh my God, terrorism. No, what terrorism is what Israel's doing right now, all the time. But he says, protesting with a Hezbollah flag? Wonder how he feels about supporting a group that just murdered 12 people. Didn't happen. You did it. And the point is, he's supporting a group that's fighting against your genocide or fighting against your occupation. Doesn't mean that they did only good things. Plenty of people support the U.S. military. They've done horrible things in the world. The point is that you are just trying to pluck these little examples out to scream your narrative. And on top of that, they bombed everywhere afterward. We're not talking about that, are we? Israel attacks Lebanon. conducted 2 different airstrikes, which, by the way, killed all sorts of innocent people. Where's the outrage for that? I guess we just don't care because we only get to be outraged about where Israel points to. And make sure you do it in the way they say, though, because otherwise you're racist. Kills me. You can watch these for yourself. And here's the ongoing update. This is just for you if you want to look at it. This is like the updated, BBC time reports. If you want to see the official narrative coming from corporate media, which you should aggressively doubt. And what's interesting, though, is the same. West urges restraint, which is not what Israel wants. Israel's goading them into something more, and they're clearly going, we're not doing that. Likely because I bet you they would want to. In any other case, it's because they're not stupid enough to, they would be destroyed because of the real bigger context of everyone else who would get involved, even just Hezbollah alone. Israel, that they know they can't deal with this despite all their big time rhetoric and talk, which is everyone laughs at them because we all know that they would never be able to hold. The point is they need the U.S. to do this. But the U.S. is saying, restraint, stop, which pisses them off, which will only worry me for bigger things happening. Elijah Monnier says, after the U.S. and many European nations send letters to Iran and Lebanon confirming that no all-out war is expected. Like, that's how much they're pushing back on this immediate war push from Israel and urging all parties to de-escalate. It says, this is Netanyahu's usual tactic of, please allow me to strike anything to save my face at home. The response is always the same. Any violation will be met with swift retaliation. The point is that they're pushing as hard as they can, but this is the usual tactic. But here is my point. Here's the supposed human rights lawyer. He says, dear world, you know what we don't need right now. You know what we don't need right now? Your empty messages of solidarity and calls for common restraint. Yeah, real human rights lawyer, right? We don't need your calm and passion. We need your war and hatred. It's like, my God. He says, you know what we did? You know what we do ask for? Your unequivocal condemnation of Hezbollah and reiteration of Israel's right to self-defense to this massacre. Yeah, so war, fighting. We didn't just make note of this person either. I mean, you could frame it however you want. If you're a human rights lawyer, you don't push war. That's simple. You just don't. And you can argue that maybe there's a justified conflict, but the idea of it in the real time, say, like, almost insulting people for asking for common restraint or for having solidarity. I just simply said, ever the human rights lawyer, Arson, maybe just put that fake title down, and at least while calling for war, just a thought. What a clown. Well, Arsen Ostrovsky also called out the ICC. You know why? Because they're desperate to downplay or undermine what's going on. He says 12 children murdered by Hezbollah, which, by the way, was less than 24 hours after he posted this. After rocket strike on kids playing on the football field, which, by the way, again, they did. He says an actual undisputed flagrant war crime, like we haven't seen an endless amount of those in Gaza. He says, has anyone heard from the ICC prosecutor? No, didn't think so. This is just playing on the ignorance of average people. Because even if I'm sure he's made aware of this, it would take a process. They have to go through the evidence. They have to deliberate. They don't jump up the moment it happened and go, war crime! Everybody look, that's what I say. He's just trying to influence you to think that they're only pointing out Israel. He knows that. He's not stupid. So he's just dishonest on top of being a fake human rights lawyer. It kills me. And then even, again, it was them, and they know that. But it's just, and I'm not defending this guy. He's been quiet on Israel forever. But it's just so gross to me. If you get what I'm talking about, Arson is very aware that even if he was interested in calling this out on Hezbollah, it wouldn't be right now. It would be after a process. And he knows that. So they're just so desperate to deceive you that they lie about things that we can easily prove. Alon Mizrahi points this out. I have been saying here for, 6 months, that Netanyahu, the stupidest, sickest, and most incompetent human being to ever hold any formal position anywhere and at any time throughout history, wants a bigger regional war to make the world forget his previous failures and disasters, and to create his own image as the Messiah and savior of Jews and Western culture. The mood in Israel this evening, that's where he is, by the way, makes this war an even greater certainty. Israel will launch a war against Hezbollah in the coming weeks or months. This war and the barrage of terrorist threats and attacks suddenly materializing will catapult Trump to the presidency. He sees this, I'm telling you, the same thing we're talking about. And soon after, the U.S. will form a coalition of NATO to go to war with Iran. We saw Vance come out and push that right away. He says that's the script. This war will be the end of Israel, the end of American empire, the end of NATO, and the end of U.S.-friendly Arab regimes. His point is that's not what they're trying for, but that's what it will end up being, I think. I think that's what he means. It may also be the end of capitalism. He says the West doesn't have one leader who knows what they're doing or one functioning strategist. It is led strictly by deluded, hysterical, cunning, idiot CUNTs. Think about it. Like, the point is they're all being driven by things that have nothing to do with what's in the interest of Americans or even the longevity of this country itself. And he also, I won't go and find it now, but he made a tweet about this being, look at what happened. Netanyahu visits and Trump gets shot at. Biden pulls back of the campaign, shows all these things, saying he argues Netanyahu's pulling all these strings, and he may be right, which suggests maybe that the shooting had more to do with something bigger, right? Which is one of the thoughts I had. Dan Cohen also says at the end, Trump is inviting a false flag attack on him by Iran's enemies, Israel, ISIS, and their neocon allies that want regime change in Tehran. I remember last time when they said that if anybody attacks in Syria, we're going to go after Assad. Well, we all came out and said, well, that's dumb. So you could do it. Anybody could do it that wants that. And you'd blame her. You just already said it. Well, Trump came out and said, quote, if Iran assassinates me, U.S. must wipe it off the face of the earth. It's like, what? How do we not see how we're being played? He says this is 2 weeks after he narrowly escaped assassination attempt that remains a mystery. Is this how World War III begins? Please, if you are out there as anybody, if you are in the two-party illusion, or if you believe you're a Democrat or a Republican and you're that, you're really adamant, just please stand back and ask yourself whether it doesn't have to. Let's just pretend you think that's the reality. Maybe it's somebody outside this government. Maybe it's Russia or China. I don't care what makes you think it. Ask yourself whether there is another force that is absolutely in real time manipulating what you think is happening in order to drive this country into the ground. That's not hard for any side to wrap their mind around. One side to point to Russia, one to China, both missing the reality, in my opinion. But either way, don't be played by this. These countries they're aiming you at do not want this, do not think this, and are not actively doing the things they're claiming. Now, I'm not going to say that their government wouldn't be capable of these things, but the evidence is not there. They are desperate to drive you into this. I'm going to leave you with a quote on the way out. I'm not familiar with this account. Somebody just sent me the screenshot, but I like this quote. It says, quote, this constant lying is not aimed at making the people believe a lie, but at ensuring that no one believes anything anymore. A people can no longer distinguish between truth. A people that can no longer distinguish between truth and lies cannot distinguish between right and wrong. Sure as hell seeing that right now, aren't we? And such a people deprived of the power to think and judge is, without knowing and willing it, completely subjected to the rule of lies. With such a people, you can do whatever you want. That's from a German historian from born 1906, died 1975. Hannah Arendt. Pretty interesting, isn't it? Reminds you of that quote. I think it was Casey, I forget, it's a former CIA director, which, by the way, I've covered in the past, is very real, 100%. Comes from, I believe, a chief of staff from one of the presidents, I believe, and it was in a meeting where they said this, and it was publicized. It's very real. It's confirmed, despite the pushback, where he says, we will know our job is complete when everything Americans think they know is false. You need to hear these things. When they tell you who they are, you need to pay attention. Right now, this is what's going on. They're trying to drive us into this. And again, that could be our government. It could be some outside force. At this point, just need to show people, just awaken people to what they're really doing. You are being pitted against each other. I think most people see that. I'm speaking to the ones that are still on the fence. If you can't see how they're driving you to contradict what you were just fighting against, it's just stand back. Try to see what we're pointing out, because I am absolutely convinced this is happening. And if we don't see it now, I'm worried that this will come to a point like many other times in the past where there's no going back. We've seen many examples. I mean, the COVID situation was one of them. You can't take that back from the 75% of the world that got forced into it. You can't take back the fact that glyphosate is drenched the world around. That's too late. But these things we can stop. We need to fight back. And I don't mean violence. They're terrified of you just finding the courage to stand up in a nonpartisan, objective way and highlight that you don't follow the game, the cycle, whether that's voting or any other element of it. We'll get into that conversation close to the election. But now is the time to be nonpartisan, to support what you think is right. And maybe that will end up being mostly these things in one way or the other. But I argue if you truly stand with what you think is correct morally in every other way, that you'll be able to, in some cases, recognize that the agenda forces you to side with something that you kind of feel uncomfortable with. Like, well, that does seem to violate constitutional rights. Or that does seem to, and you feel, and that's the time to stand up and say, no, I disagree with that. But you'll get attacked by the other partisans saying, oh, you must be a secret lefty, and all designed to drive you back in. It happens on both sides, and it is rapid right now. So I'm hoping I reach some people today. Thank you for tuning in. We covered a lot today. There's a lot to cover. I'll be playing those interviews most likely tomorrow. We have a lot of important conversations coming up, like I said, with Corbett and Derek and True Stream Media, and I think Josh from World Media. I forget, I'm blanking on the name. All of a sudden, it's WHAM, World Alternative Media. And I think there's a couple of others I forget who we named, but it's going to be a good conversation. And we're going to hopefully break this down in a way that's easy to digest. But thank you for being here, guys. Just cannot express to you how much your support means to us with all that's going on all the time and all the people out there, so many people in this field, and yet you continue to support us. Just, we'll never truly know how much it means to us. So thank you for being here and continuing to support independent media. I love you all. As always, question everything. Come to your own conclusions. Stay vigilant.
Anyway, welcome to the State Department. I think we have some interns in the back. Welcome. Good to see you in this exercise in transparency and democracy.
Is that what it is?
Sorry,
I
didn't mean to break
thought
out
it was an
laughter.
exercise in spin and obfuscation.
All right. Can you tell this is my last briefing before vacation? Anyway.